Hello, good morning, happy Wednesday. I am alternate juror. Thank you for joining me this morning. Just a few hellos to some people that were here early. Gabby, we might be hunting a lot of things, but it's not rabbits. Although I hope you liked the Easter egg that I left on the thumbnail today. George, I thought you said that you washed your garden. Good morning to you. Had a busy day so far. But yeah, I was like, wash the garden? Why is he washing things? Good morning, Stormy. Great to see you. Hope you are having a good week so far. Good morning, Jody. Why are you not sleeping? I mean, I'm glad you're here. Don't leave. But I know it's late for you. And oh my goodness, my OG of all the OGs. How are you, Kim? I have not seen you forever. I hope you are doing well. It is great to see you. I'm like super excited to see your name. Oh, and Dill. Stormy, hate to tell you, she's still pregnant. Still pregnant. Next date that we have on the list is George's. That's on Friday. But yeah, she's still in there. Old Madison's not ready to come out just yet, but she's still there. So one date down and one to go. Alrighty. On a more serious note, we are going to cover day one, which happened just yesterday. There's no court today, so we're not missing anything. Andreas Tarnava, I think is how you say his last name. Not sure. And if he did all the horrible things that they said he did, don't care. He is charged with unaliving with a he took a pew pew and he pow powed Marisol Klingelhofer on April 26th of 2021. He then dismembered her and allegedly, and then he allegedly burned her, and then he allegedly disposed of her remains in barrels. I think the state, when I was kind of listening to opening arguments yesterday, said they found 2 bones of hers, and that was kind of it. Sucks for her family. I hate that. The investigators, he was arrested in May of 2021. The investigators said he confessed to the whole thing. I don't know what the holdup has been since then. I don't know what gets us from 2021 to 2024. I don't know. I've not seen that. And he's now pleading not guilty. So if they have his confession, I think we're going to get to see it. We'll see. You know how that goes. You know, sometimes they show us stuff, sometimes they don't. Now, if you have been with us, if you were here with us for the Daniel Garcia trial, you'll understand the little bunny on the front on my thumbnail. We are in that courtroom, but we don't have that judge. We have a judge that's filling in for her. He is the happiest guy I've ever seen in my life. He's a happy judge. Like you've got a guy sitting here getting ready to go on trial to go to prison probably for the rest of his life, and this judge is just like, how y'all doing? It's great to have you here today. Another sunny day in Texas. That's what he reminds me of. It's just kind of crazy. Also, tons and tons and tons of sidebars. He would allow speaking objections because the first one they get, he's like, you can just say it from there. And the I got distracted. The judge is and the defense, sorry. He's like, no, I don't think we should. So sidebars, sidebars, and more sidebars. So we'll skip all of those. Also, I will be uploading a video later. I have a Bianca Ellis, big boobs, update. I'm not sure what I feel about it. I don't, I think we may, I don't know. Did we have a potential breakfast cereal unaliver? Is that how I should say that on our hands? Maybe, maybe. She has said some things. She has claimed some things. We may have. So I will be. I'm just going to upload that later. I probably won't do it live because it's only going to take a few minutes. Um, I tried to do it before we started this, and my microphone was sitting clear over there, and I didn't realize it. So, not that you can see where over there is, but it was far away. So, Jody. He might have moobs, but I don't know that he has boobs. So, and if you're not familiar with who Bianca Ellis is, she's on trial, or she's been accused of unaliving a 3-year-old and attacking his mother as well, randomly at a grocery store parking lot in Ohio. And like, he didn't make it. He was stuck on a grocery cart, the poor thing. And she did survive. The dad spoke at her bond hearing. Her bond was set at $5 million. Her trial is set in December. We'll see. I really don't have much faith in that happening. I've heard it's a DP case. This news says that they are pursuing that. I don't know. I haven't had that confirmed yet either. Stormy, the only reason I'm not going to show it now is because I just want to keep it. I want to keep that separate. So I will do it as soon as we get done with this, and maybe I'll do it live, and we'll just go from there. Like I said, it's not going to take very long at all, but I just want to have a separate little update for that. So, all right, let's get started with this winner. So the defense, as you're going to see, they are going to reserve their opening. So I assume they are going to give their opening when they start presenting their case. And so we are going to hear the state's opening, and you get to see the happy, happy judge. And as always, let me know how the sound is going. I haven't really been able to be on my computer because I was cleaning skunk up yesterday, as most of you know. Anybody needs any advice ever on how to take care of skunk, I can tell you.
Is something wrong with that chair? What?
No, thank you, Jody.
You got a chair back there?
Thank you so
All right,
much.
good. Sit down, everybody. Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I know that's a joke, but I appreciate it because I can just tell you it adds up. It adds up very, very quickly. So I appreciate that very, very much. I have my kit, and obviously I've had to replenish it several times. All right, let me move these while I've got this paused. All right, so the defendant is sitting over there, and
You can do better. I am Senior District Judge Kevin O'Connell. I am helping my good friend Billy Mace out in this case. Senior District Judge means just what it is. I'm old, all right? I hate the fact that I have to apologize to you the first time we meet, but I do. Something happened this morning. We had to take something up outside your presence. It's going to happen again. I guarantee it. One of the things jury service requires is an abundant amount of patience. So I apologize. Don't hold it against that gentleman over there, nor against these folks over here, okay? Hold it against me. All right, we're going to get this show on the road. You've already been sworn. The state is going to read the indictment to the defendant, and he's going to enter his plea, okay? If you would, please rise, sir, with your lawyers. Go ahead, state.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized, impaneled, and sworn as such at the September term AD 2022 of the 144th Judicial District Court of said county, in said court at said term, to present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and anterior to the presentment of this indictment, count 1, paragraph A. On or about the 26th day of April 2021, Andres Perez Tarnava III did intentionally and knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Marisol Klingelhofer, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. Paragraph B. And on or about the 26th day of April 2021, Andres Perez Tarnava III, with intent to cause serious bodily injury to an individual, namely Marisol Klingelhofer, hereinafter referred to as complainant, did commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that caused the death of Marisol Klingelhofer by shooting the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a firearm, against the peace and dignity of the state.
All right, Mr. Tarnava, how do you plead to those charges? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court, opposing counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This case, in a nutshell, is about three things. He shot her in cold blood. He burned her remains in an attempt to distance himself from his crime, and he's guilty. In sum, those are the three things that the state of Texas is going to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt through.
Yes, Jody, this is in Judge, I forgot to silence my phone. Yay me. Judge Boyd's County as well. Yes, and the rabbit is up there on the stand. This is, like I said, when we watched Daniel Garcia's trial, this is the courtroom that he was in. And I believe one of the defense attorneys, the woman sitting over there, was on that Daniel Garcia defense team as well. So we'll see if she does better this time. I think she yelled at us last time when she did her opening. So hopefully we don't have to do that again.
All of the evidence and all of the facts throughout the course of this trial. All of the elements that we discussed during jury selection and that my co-counsel, Mr. Van Sieven, just read out to you, we will prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And all that evidence is going to show that this man, Andres Tarnava, shot and killed Marisol Klingelhofer, the victim in this case, with a small 25 caliber pistol, shoot her multiple times. He then dragged her to his red GMC SUV, transported her to another property on the southwest side of Bexar County, right near the border, still in Bexar County, over by Atascosa. And there, he burned her remains in a steel barrel.
Morning, George.
The only things that would ultimately be able to be found of Marisol Klingelhofer, 2 bones. She was so badly burned. And that's what the state is going to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Our first witness is going to be the next of kin, the victim's daughter. And she's going to get up on the stand and she's going to tell you how this whole story was set in motion. She reported her mother missing. Right? The last time she had seen her was about 4/25, April 25th of 2021. So she made a missing persons report about 12 days later on May 7th, because it's unusual for her not to see her mother. Her mother comes by, visits the grandchildren. It was unusual for her to be gone. So she made that report. And that was the first time that law enforcement would become involved in the disappearance and ultimately the murder of Marisol Klingelhofer. You will hear from some of these law enforcement officers how about a month later, reports started coming in from confidential informants, from snitches, from witnesses, that Marisol Klingelhofer would never be found again, that missing person was dead. And they started providing information as to who did it. And that is when the name of Andres Tarnava first came into the purview of law enforcement. You are going to hear how this information was forwarded to the Texas Rangers. And they investigated this case. And you're going to hear from those Rangers Ranger Jesse Perez of the Texas Rangers and Ranger Brett Peters of the Texas Rangers. And they're going to take that stand and they're going to tell you exactly how they investigated this case, who they talked to, the evidence that they were able to gather, and how it led to the arrest of Andres Tarnava. You were going to hear from the deputies that executed that traffic stop, a little more on that later, that led to his arrest. Based on all the information that they had, the Rangers were able to procure a search warrant for the Fowler address where the remains of Marisol Klingelhofer were expected to be found based on all the information that they had, where the burning had taken place. And so a multi-agency task force was put together.
All right, Stormy, you could probably help me with this one if I could hear you. Her name is, I would say it, Marisol Klingelhofer. He's saying it differently than Marisol. I don't know what he's saying, but he's not saying, but the CCs are struggling with the name, but it's Marisol, how I guess I, with no Spanish and my background at all, Klingelhoffer, he's saying, I can't do it how he does it, but there's no dingleberries here. I think he's rolling the R too, Stormy, but I thought you only did that if there was two R's together. So I don't know. I can understand some people's names and then they're like, I don't know. And also I don't have him sped up because he's going like 1,000 miles an hour. So I don't have him sped up.
Together between the Department of Public Safety, the Texas Rangers, and the Bexar County Sheriff's Office to go to that property, set up a perimeter, and search for any evidence that could be found of this murder. While this was going on, law enforcement was tipped off that the defendant was coming back from Austin, hauling some tires in a trailer. So the Rangers, when they received this information, they told law enforcement officers of the Bexar County Sheriff's, find a reason to pull him over and execute a traffic stop. And sure enough, that's what happened, right? What we call a pretextual stop. Because the real reason we all know at that point was he was being looked at for that murder, right? But sure enough, Bexar County Sheriff's officers didn't have to wait very long. They tailed that vehicle and they found that the trailer he was hauling did not have a displayed license plate in the rear, which is Texas transportation code, right? You're supposed to have a rear license plate. And so the traffic stop begins. When they approach the trailer, they also see that the VIN numbers have been tampered with. There is no VIN number on that trailer. And you have to have a VIN number, right? A vehicle identification number or VIN, right? And that's how you prove the ownership of something.
Chrissy, I was hoping you were going to show up today. I mean, I hope you show up every day, but you haven't been here forever. I hope you are well. I hope school is done. I hope you passed with flying colors. I am so happy you are here. You're still alive. Well, that is great because this person is not. All right, I'll stop stopping.
That's how you tie it into the system and all that. That was missing. So ultimately, Andres Tarnava is arrested for suspicion of a stolen trailer and for tampering with the VIN number, right? And he gets transported to the Bexar County Jail where he is housed for several hours until the Rangers conclude their investigation of the two properties involved in this case, as well as they apply for a search warrant for the red GMC that was allegedly involved in this case, and they search that. At the conclusion of all their search, right, because the Rangers wanted to have a complete picture of the case before they went in there and talked to the suspect, right? They want to know everything that they can be to know so that they can confront them with facts. And all this while, the defendant is sitting in an interview room at the Bexar County Jail. As you may or may not know, and the evidence will show you, interrogation rooms have cameras in them, right? And everything that goes on inside them is recorded. And in this case, you're going to be able to see that recording. You are going to see how Andres Tarnava was placed in that room, how he almost immediately falls asleep. You can hear him snoring on the video. And then about 5 hours later, the Rangers come in and they begin their interview of Andres Tarnava based on everything that they know at that point. He is immediately Mirandized. He's read his rights. He says he understands them. He waives them. He voluntarily talks to them and gives the story. During the course of this trial, you are also, we expect, going to hear from some eyewitnesses that were present on the Lucky Road address southwest Bexar County, where the murder actually took place. We expect that some of those witnesses, we're going to be able to bring them before you, and you're going to hear exactly what they saw and exactly what this man did to Marisol Klingelhofer. How he arrived after he had been looking for her, how he drew his firearm, how he shot her multiple times, the way he dragged her. But, ladies and gentlemen, in this case, you're also going to have the very rare opportunity to hear exactly what happened from that man himself, from Andres Tarnava himself, who confessed to this crime. And if you recall during jury selection, the state of Texas doesn't have to prove to you the why something happens, but we expect that the evidence in this case is going to make it amply obvious why this crime happened. And again, as the saying goes, you're going to hear it directly from the horse's mouth, Andres Tarnava, who during the course of that interview is going to tell you that the reason why he killed Marisol Klingelhofer in cold blood and dragged her body and burned it was because he believed that she had stolen his late father's military ID card and social security number or card sometime prior. How he had been looking for her to teach her a lesson. How he found her and did just that. And most shockingly still, perhaps, you're going to hear his utter lack of remorse for what he did. At one point in that video, you will hear Ranger Pettit ask him, "Do you even feel sorry?" And he says, "Hell no. I'm going to find her in hell, and I'm going to burn her again." You are going to hear how, when they searched the Fowler Road address, they located a steel barrel and a burn pit. You're going to hear how there were reports. Law enforcement officers had responded to that address around April 26th of 2021. Unbeknownst to them, they thought it was like an illegal burning, right? An illegal burning. They didn't know they were looking for a body at that time, right? And you're going to hear how that was actually investigated on 426. In the remains of that barrel and in the ashes, they locate 2 human bones. And we're going to be bringing to you some anthropologists from the University of North Texas. They're going to come in and they're going to tell you all about the science that goes into these things and how they can distinguish between animal bones and human bones. And they're going to tell you that these were human bones. What you are not going to be able to hear, and this is as a result of these bones being so expertly and thoroughly burned, is that any DNA could be extracted from them as a result of that calcification, of that burning. But confirmed human remains, exactly where witnesses and exactly where Andres Tarnava said they would be found as a result of the killing and burning of Marisol Klingelhofer. And ladies and gentlemen, that is all of the things that I expect you will see throughout the course of this case. And that is why, when all the evidence is before you, and you've had the opportunity to see it and hear it for yourselves, the state of Texas is going to ask you to return the only true verdict in this case that will be supported beyond a reasonable doubt by all of the facts and evidence. And that is that Andres Tarnava is guilty of the killing of Marisol Klingelhofer. Thank you.
All right, defense, did you wish to make an opening now or reserve?
All right. So the defense is going to, I'm reading Jody's. I about said the defense rest. If you guys haven't already, please, I'm going to have Gabby put it up in the chat. Go check out Jody's page, The Defense Rest. She is great. She's doing a great recap of Karen Reed. She's the only one I've watched because that trial is a mess and horrible. Shouldn't be happening even. And she's hilarious. And she laughs a lot, and her laugh is great. And she's just fun. She makes that crap show over there a great time. So please go check her out. Bon, this is that guy right there is Andres, whatever, Tarnava. He is accused of unaliving Marisol Klingelhofer, dismembering her, burning her, putting her in a barrel, putting her remains in the barrels, I believe. And the state said they only recovered 2 bones of hers because that's how badly she was burnt. So That was back in April 26th, 2021. He was arrested May 28th, 2021. Investigators say he confessed. I don't know what took us so long. I don't know why we're here. But I think Chrissy and Vaughn showed up because the bunny called them. That bunny, I'm putting it everywhere now. Because I think the last time you guys were here was in this courtroom. There's a different judge, but same bunny.
Or reserved. You got it. Hey, witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls to the stand Ms. Priscilla Gonzalez.
Right, that group being involved. Yeah, is there any other witnesses in the courtroom?
Maybe explain to our.
Sure. Absolutely. Or if you want to bring them up, I'll swear them all and then I'll explain. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, you can lower your hands. Listen, the rule's been invoked. What that means is you're not allowed to talk about the case with each other. All right, you can't like rush back there. Oh, this is what they asked and stuff like that. You're allowed to talk to the lawyers on both sides. All right, they might ask you questions or something like that, but you can't talk amongst yourselves about what happens in this courtroom. So when he testifies, you can't be in the courtroom, and vice versa. When he testifies, you can't be in the courtroom. And that goes for all witnesses, ladies and gentlemen. They're not allowed to share information with each other. The rule's been invoked, okay? All right, which one's first, guys?
Priscilla Gonzalez, Your Honor.
Oh, well, neither one of these is
No,
first. All right, guys, you can wait outside. Just don't talk about the case, all right? Thank you, sir.
That's East Coast. Is that Gabby? Is that New York? Whole talk
Well,
thing?
Your Honor. Ms. Jimenez is located. Ms. Gonzalez.
First witness is her daughter. It bothers me that it took her 12
See,
days
it's not always my fault.
for missing
This is evidence of that.
because she gets on the stand. She says they talked every day. They spoke every day. And then it took her 12 days to report her missing. I mean, I'm not saying she did anything, but they, this judge up there, he's got an accent and it sounds East Coast. It sounds like, but I'm not sure from where. Yeah, don't talk. Like, or you can talk. I can't do it. Yes, that accent. It's like I've heard it on Saturday Night Live, like a long time ago when it used to be good. Oh, sidebar. Yeah, yeah, I was thinking maybe New York. Like you'll hear it. He doesn't have it on all his words, but he definitely talk. I don't know, Stormy. I don't know. I don't know. It's East Coast, but I don't know. Upper Northeast would be my guess. Yeah, Bon, I don't know. I'm just like, if you talked every day, if you spoke every day, and that was like she says it was on like their to-do list was to talk to each other, speak to each other. And then you go 12 days before. And I also, when she's talking about it, I'm kind of thinking maybe she just didn't understand the how to do it. I mean, why would you? Why would anybody understand how to do something like that? It's, you know, you don't want to know how to do that. So I mean, again, I wasn't saying she necessarily did anything wrong. I wasn't saying she's definitely not involved. That's a long time. Yeah, I mean, some people are like, if I don't hear from you that day, by the end of that day, I'm going to think something happened to you because you're out of your routine. And this person was out of her routine. So I don't know. Everybody's different. Everybody handles everything differently. It just surprised me that it was that long. All right, what are we doing? Oh no.
Young lady, have a seat next to me.
Yes, I agree with that one, for sure.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right. That microphone should move. Just make sure you speak up so all these folks can hear you, okay? Go ahead, state.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good morning.
Ma'am, would you do me the kindness of bringing the microphone a little closer to your mouth?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, Ms. Gonzalez, can you tell us your full name for the record, please?
Crystal Gonzalez.
And I know this question is not very gentlemanly, but how old are you, Ms. Gonzalez?
32.
32. Do you live in Bexar County?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived in Bexar County?
All my life. 32 years.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your relationship is to Ms. Marisol Klingelhofer?
I am the daughter. She's my mother.
Your biological mom?
My biological mom.
Okay. Do you have any children, Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir.
And would Ms. Klingelhoffer be their grandmother?
Yes.
If you could you describe what sort of relationship you had to Marisol?
We were in contact on a daily. We were very close. She was grandmother to my children. We were just on each other's daily task life.
So would it be fair to say, Ms. Gonzalez, that you saw Marisol often?
Yes.
Do you remember sometime back in 2021 where that stopped being true, where you didn't see mom for a while?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that came about?
We, the last day we saw each other was when I had taken her to her doctor's appointment, and her purse was left in my car. And she calls me the next day and tells me, we need to see each other because you have my purse. And we also had planned to see each other a couple of days later for my birthday. And I called her and she wouldn't answer because we were supposed to meet at a certain time that afternoon. I called her the next day. The phone was complete. It wouldn't ring. It was off. And it continued off for the next couple of days. And she missed my birthday as well. We were supposed to meet for dinner.
So let me ask you about that, Ms. Gonzalez. When is your birthday?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes, ma'am. When is your birthday? What date?
April 30th?
April 3rd of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember more or less a specific date when the last time you saw Marisol took place?
I believe it was the 26th or the 27th.
Okay. And then you were telling us about how she had left her purse in your car,
That's correct.
and you had made plans to see her, to return that purse. Did that ever take place?
No.
And you said she missed your birthday on the 3rd.
Yes.
Was this unusual behavior for Marisol to go missing without a word?
Absolutely. Her phone being off was unusual.
Did this make you worried?
Absolutely.
So what did you do?
I picked up a police report.
And when you say picked up a police report, what do you mean?
I called 911 and picked up a missing person report.
Do you remember about more or less when you did that?
The day after Mother's Day.
Day after Mother's Day. Okay. So you brought it to law enforcement's attention that you thought it was weird that your mom was missing.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you eventually find out, Ms. Gonzalez, what happened to mom?
Yes.
And how did you find out?
It was live on Facebook.
So you were seeing live updates on Facebook as to the case?
Yes.
Okay. And To your knowledge, what ultimately happened to your mother?
Objection based on hearsay.
That's sustained.
I'll ask it this way, I suppose. Upon seeing the news, did you expect to see your mother ever again?
Objection leading.
That's overruled. You can answer that if you can.
No, because before I filed the missing police report, I went looking for her where she was living, and everybody denied where she was at.
Non-responsive and calling for hearsay.
That's sustained. Just do me a favor. Just listen to his question. Answer only his question. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You're doing great. Just relax. Go ahead.
Yes, Judge. And obviously, Ms. Gonzalez, you've never testified before, I imagine, right? Okay, you might be a bit nervous.
Yes, I'm nervous.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Ms. Gonzalez. When I asked if you expected to see Mom ever again, your answer was?
No,
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you had gone to the address where she was staying. Do you recall what that address was?
no, but it was on Fowler Road.
On Fowler?
Fowler.
And to your knowledge, Ms. Gonzalez, is Fowler Road in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this question, Ms. Gonzalez. Did you ever have occasion to meet an individual by the name of Andres Tarnava?
Yes.
How did that come about?
He gave my mom a ride to my house.
So he drove Marisol Klingelhofer, your mom, to your house.
Yes.
At that time, were you able to get a look at it?
Yes.
Can you describe what the weather conditions or the time of day might have been like?
It was day, it was hot, and it was in the summer.
Was there anything that would have obscured your vision or made it difficult to see or anything along those lines?
No.
Were you able to get a good look at Andres Tarnava?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Gonzalez. Is Andres Tarnava present in this courtroom here today?
Yes.
And could you describe him by something he might be wearing?
Try to look at her.
Gray suit, I think. White
Okay.
stripes.
And that's the man that you saw dropping your mom off at some point in time at your house.
Yes.
And obviously, it stands to reason that it was before she went missing.
Right.
Do you recall about how long before?
Maybe about 4 weeks.
So about 4 weeks prior to her disappearance. Did you ever meet him in person or did you see him from far away?
It was not far away, but yes, I didn't get to meet him, but I saw him up close.
And how did you come to learn his name?
My mom wanted me to meet him.
Based on hearsay.
Without telling us, I'll withdraw the question and rephrase, Justin.
All right.
Were you able to learn what his name was?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to learn how he was involved with your mom or anything along those lines?
No.
Okay.
When I got right to object.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. The state will pass the witness at this time.
Defense, hang on. Young lady, they might have some questions for you.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Just a few questions, ma'am. You testified that that my client actually transported your mom to your house, correct?
Yes.
Uh, Were you weren't in, if they were in a vehicle, you weren't in the vehicle with them, right?
Correct.
Uh, Now, the vehicle arrives at your house. Did you see the vehicle as it arrived at your house?
Yes.
So you were front porch, inside, looking out a window, which was.
I was inside looking for my cameras, and I saw them arriving, pulling into the driveway, and I step outside to meet them before they even parked.
And it's fair to say that you didn't have a conversation with our client, did you?
No.
No. Do you recall how long he was there?
Can you repeat that again?
How long was he at your house?
15 to 20 minutes.
State?
Yes, Judge, just very briefly on redirect Ms. Gonzalez. Do you recall what kind of vehicle Andres Tarnava was driving when he dropped off your mom at your house?
An SUV. I believe it was like a dark blue or black. I can't remember, but
Dark in color?
yes, it was dark in color.
Now, Ms. Gonzalez, I believe, if you recall, you also provided a picture to the DA's office of your mom. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you what has been marked as, for identification purposes, as State's Exhibit number 24, Ms. Gonzalez. Would you kindly take a look at State's 24 and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
Picture of my mom and me.
Your mom and you. So this lady here is you,
Yes.
and then this is your mom?
Yes.
Is this a fair?
Sorry, he's leading.
That's overruled.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember your mom to look like?
Yes.
When was this picture taken, Ms. Gonzalez?
Early that year. I want to say February.
So sometime prior.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would offer State's 24 into evidence tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
We'll approach it.
Yep. Or you can object from there.
I think it'd be more appropriate if I approach.
All right, sidebar. So it is like I put slow mode on when that defense attorney, he takes a very, very long time to ask questions. And there's so many sidebars. When I was going through to get all the timestamps for yesterday, I had to be so careful because I couldn't tell with the gaps between him asking the questions like he was with her, which I don't know why he even asked those questions, to them arguing something. Like, I don't know. This judge, he's in the best mood I've ever seen a judge be in. I mean, he's just like, whatever. All right, Jody, get some rest. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I will see. No, I won't see you in the morning because, right? You're not doing anything tomorrow. You need to sleep. You need to sleep, my dear. I'm not sure how the picture, I don't know why he objects to the picture. When you see the picture, you're going to wonder what the heck was up. I know, Kim. I'm getting there. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Well, Stormy, if you think of it, let me know. Don't
And
worry.
permission to publish, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
State's Exhibit 24 is received in evidence.
Ms. Gonzalez, I'm going to show on this Elmo projector, State's Exhibit number 24. Can you describe what we are seeing in this picture, Ms. Gonzalez?
That's me and my mom, and I'm giving her a ride.
I'm going to point to the right side of the image to a lady in glasses. Who is it?
That's me,
And then on the left side of the image, who is this?
my mother.
Now, Ms. Gonzalez, obviously we see some hearts above the head of your mom, right? Why are those there?
I took that filter, I used that filter because I love her, and I was showing her that we have a good bond.
Fair enough. So was this like a Snapchat filter or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so obviously they were not there physically present on the image, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe so. Since it didn't affect from there, we didn't hear it. I mean,
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. The state will pass the witness.
Go for it, please. All right. You may step down. Take care of yourself, please.
Am I supposed to know?
P-R-I.
And may she release her honor.
You better spell her name for the court report first.
L-L-A.
All right, Jen. I will see you Friday morning.
Yeah, she's been subpoenaed, right? So she's available if we need her. But yeah, she can go.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have to do something outside your presence real quick. Well, I say real quick, don't hold me to it that much, but I know the judge, I saw you taking notes. I know she probably instructed you the other day about note taking, and you're allowed to do it, but you can't take it back with you during deliberations and things of that nature. Look, obviously, this is being live streamed and kind of stuff like that, all right? You're not going to be on. That's one of the rules. The jurors are not. But don't look at anything. Don't talk to anybody. Don't research anything, okay? We'd have to start all over again. So just, but I will give you enough time if you need to go get a cup of coffee, like I'm going to go get, stuff like that before we begin again. So you've got a good 15 minutes, okay? So go do that and then go back to the room and the bailiffs will come get you when we're ready for you again, all right? All right, for the jurors.
Notice he said 15 minutes. And we've all, well, at least I do, joke about that never happens. That didn't happen. Did not happen. But so yes, this is the he's a New Yorker. Okay, that's what I thought, that he's a New Yorker transplanted to Texas. Awesome. You could hear it. He didn't say it in his, all right, I'm just going to fast forward. When he said talk, I like this judge too. He's just, this is probably because he's from New York, right? So that's just how it is. That's how it's going to be. That's what I said. That's what I'm going to do. Oh gosh. A Southern drawl and a New York accent. I don't know what to do with that. That's a lot to put together. Me go over here and fast forward.
Have a seat, everybody. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to have you back. State.
State House Deputy Aaron Garza.
Oh, me too, Stormy. My accent. They don't know. They have no idea where they're from. They don't know. People have asked me if I'm even from this country before. What do you mean? All right. I thought you might. So mystery solved.
Have a seat. Good morning.
Morning.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Keep your voice up, all right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, state.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, sir?
My name is Aaron Garza.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police lieutenant for the city of Hondo.
Okay. And how long have you been a lieutenant with the city of Hondo?
A little over a year and a half.
What did you do before you worked for the Hondo PD?
Before that, I worked for the Medina County Sheriff's Office. I was an sergeant investigator.
How long were you an investigator with the Medina County Police or Sheriff's Department?
A little over 3.5 years.
I believe I called you as deputy. I should have called you as lieutenant, so I apologize.
That's fine.
Did you do anything before you were with the Medina Sheriff's Office?
I work in the Medina County Jail.
How long are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas?
Over 10 years.
Okay. And has all of that been with Medina County and the city of Hondo?
8 of those years were with Medina County. Actually, 9 years were with Medina County, and then the year and a half with Hondo Police Department. So all in Medina County, yes.
When you were working as a sergeant investigator with the Medina County Sheriff's Department, what were your duties?
My duties at the time were I was a narcotics investigator. However, Medina County's our agency at the time was fairly small, so I was assigned to narcotics. However, I did criminal investigations such as property crimes, violent crimes, just pretty much anything that came across our table.
And while you were working as a sergeant investigator with Medina County Sheriffs, did you have an occasion to learn the name of Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes.
What was the context in which you learned that?
I received a tip that she had possibly been murdered.
Okay. So after receiving that information about a possible homicide, did you learn, and I don't want you to say anything that any tipster told you specifically, did you learn the identity of any other individuals who may have been related to that crime?
Yes.
What individuals did you come across through that, through those means? Your Honor, it's Information Act, I'm not offering to the truth of matters.
Well, isn't that wrong?
I'm sorry,
He's not all.
is your objection that it's hearsay or that it's not relevant?
There's both.
For both? All right.
Hearsay and irrelevant.
They're both overruled.
What was the name of the individual that you learned was associated with that potential crime?
The name that I was given was a nickname Zeta, but the possible first name of Andrew.
And through your investigation, did you learn the full name of the individual who may have been associated with those nicknames?
Yes.
Again, he's going to testify in terms of what he learned. It will be hearsay, not right confrontation.
And you're saying it's not to offer for the truth of the matter asserted just how he did his investigation?
Correct.
All right, so your objection's overruled.
What was that name?
Andres Tarnava.
When you learned the name Andres Tarnava associated with this potential offense, what did you do next?
I contacted the buddy of mine that works for Bexar County Sheriff's Office, who works South Patrol, Edward Robledo, and informed him of the information I received. He then contacted somebody from Bexar County. I'm not sure who he exactly contacted.
Judge, in terms of what another officer did, who he contacted, the hearsay.
Well, he's not testifying to what the
Well,
officer
in
said.
terms of him saying what his officer did, based on speculation, he
Well-
is.
I don't know that. Just ask another question, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. When did this all happen?
This happened on or about the 25th day of May 2021.
I saw you look down. Do you have a copy of the report you prepared in front of you?
I do.
All right. Now I'm going to, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what I marked as State 3.
It's a lot.
Is this another copy of the same report that you've been referring to refresh your memory?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would offer State 3 for record purposes.
Hey, Sarah, how you doing?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I would offer stage 3 for record purposes only.
I feel a sidebar.
It would assist our matter to assist in testimony. Just for that purpose, for that reason, I have no objection to it. Just want to make sure it's not being offered, in evidence.
Certainly not.
I don't understand what you mean by record purposes only.
May we approach? It's been practice in this court.
Okay, Stormy. Sidebar. I didn't count them. This one's not a long one, but sidebar.
A record for appellate purposes, that's something you don't need to worry about. I'm going to overrule that. So it's not going to be offered for anything. It's not in evidence. You're not going to see it. He can refer to it to refresh his recollection as the rules of evidence allow, and then he can testify, and that's what you're to center what you hear on, not on a report. And he's certainly, Mr. Cornelius Cox and Bridget Garza will have a copy of it to cross-examine when the time is appropriate, okay? So it is not received in evidence.
Yes, sir.
That's clear.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
All right. I believe the last question I asked you, Lieutenant Garza, was when all of this that you testified happened in this case took place.
On or about the 25th day of May 2021.
Okay. Now, after you referred this information, which you testified you referred this information to Bexar County Homicide, were you contacted by any individuals from Bexar County Homicide or any other law enforcement agency?
Yes.
Who contacted you with regard to this information?
I was contacted by a whole unit. It was Bexar County's homicide unit, Bexar County's missing persons unit, along with the Texas Rangers Division.
And what was the name of the individual ranger that contacted you on this matter?
The primary ranger that I spoke with regarding this investigation was Jesse Bettis.
After this investigation was in the hands of the Rangers and homicide, did you conduct any further investigation for your part?
No, sir.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Cox?
No questions.
You may step down. Lieutenant, right?
Yes, sir.
You may step down and take care of yourself.
Yes, sir.
State calls DPS Special Agent Ramiro not.
Am I right? Is that woman sitting over at the defense table? She was there at the beginning of Garcia trial, correct?
Your Honor, may the lieutenant be excused.
Oh, yeah, the prior lieutenant. Yeah, you come up here. Yeah, the prior lieutenant can be excused. Have a seat, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes,
All
sir. I
right,
do.
thank you very much, sir. Speak up into that microphone so these folks can hear you. Go ahead, State.
Agent Nava, would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Ramiro Nava. I'm employed with the Texas Department of Public Safety. I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division and as a special agent.
How long have you been a special agent with CID?
I've been special agent for 7 years, employed with the department for 19 years.
Are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir, I am.
Has your entire service as a peace officer been with the Department of Public Safety?
Yes, sir.
When you were working with the Criminal Investigation Division, did you happen to learn the name of an individual named Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you learn that name?
I received information about a missing persons report on I believe it was on May 18th. From there, I started doing my investigation, and it led to where we're at now.
Who did you receive that information regarding the missing person from?
Initially, another law enforcement officer, and then I received a missing report from Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Do you remember who had prepared that missing person report?
It was the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. What did you do with that information?
Once I confirmed Marisol was a missing person, I did my online database checks, and at that point, in CID, in the Criminal Investigations Division, anytime there's possible foul play or may lead to a homicide, we have to notify the Texas Rangers Division by policy.
Did you do so?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who did you contact at the Texas Rangers?
I contacted Ranger Brett Peters.
And after contacting Ranger Brett Peters, who took over this investigation?
The Texas Rangers Division, Ranger Peters.
Did you do anything else with regard to this investigation on your own as an investigator for DPS?
No, sir, I didn't.
That's the way to do it.
That's, excuse me, sir, did you, if I may? Yes, sir. Did you write a report?
No, sir, I did not.
Absolutely.
No further questions. All right, Special Agent, take care of yourself. Stay well, all right?
Thank you, sir.
And may Agent Unaliving speak.
Yes.
Yes, Judge, our next witness, the state will call Mr. Ruben Arguello. And if we might approach very briefly, Judge.
Sure.
Okay. So the next witness he's actually in custody. I don't know if that's why they approached. It's a very short sidebar, but he's going to come out, and he actually has a lot of stuff to say about what happened and when it happened, where it happened, because he was there, allegedly, and was with Marisol in the car when Mr. Tarnava, I don't know that I'm saying his name right, approached. And then you'll see, I think this is him. I'm going to tell you a lot of stuff if it's not. Yes, because his attorney is just walked into the courtroom, is standing there by between the defense and state tables. That is his attorney, the next witness.
He said, all right, as any witness, all right? So this individual obviously is in custody. Nobody's hiding that from you. They're going to bring him out of the holdover, and he's going to testify here like any other witness would. However, I have appointed Adam LaHood. He's a local defense attorney. Was nice enough to help out, and that's just to advise this young man that everybody has a Fifth Amendment right not to testify, not to say anything that might incriminate them on any matters, whether it be involving this case or any other case, frankly. So he's a really good lawyer. So he can advise this young man whether or not he feels like he should answer the questions asked upon him or something like that. So just so you know where we're at, okay? So they're going to bring him out now and put him here. He's going to swear. I'm going to put him under oath, and then we'll go from there, just so you know what's going on.
Judge?
Yeah.
Should we come to this very briefly?
Yeah, absolutely, Adam. Absolutely. Just a couple minutes, yeah. And then I'll let you go to lunch at the appropriate time if we get done.
didn't realize it was such a long break. All right. You should be in a moment.
We good? All right, what's his name?
Judge, the witness's name is Ruben Arguello.
All right, Mr. Arguello,
Yes, sir.
come on up here, sir, with me.
Your Honor, where would you like me to stand?
Oh, right next to him, Adam, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Right over here, Mr. Arguello. Have a seat right over here, sir. Have a seat, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Can you raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. That microphone will move, Mr. Arguello, so if you need to get closer to it, you can move it, okay?
Yes,
Make sure
sir.
these folks hear what you have to say. Hey, if there's anything that you want to talk to your lawyer about, don't be shy. You just ask me and you can talk to him, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, state.
Yes, Judge, may it please the court.
Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Arguello.
Good morning.
I guess before we get started, my name is Raul Jordan. I'm an assistant district attorney here in Bexar County. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, you and I, let me ask you this actually, Mr. Arguello. Would you kindly bring the microphone a little closer to your mouth?
Yes, sir.
There we go, so we can better hear.
Mm-hmm.
You and I have never really spoken before, have we?
No, sir.
In fact, I think I talked to you maybe for like 2.5 minutes while you were sitting out here earlier today, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, obviously, Mr. Arguello, you are wearing an orange jumpsuit. You're in custody, right?
Yes, sir.
We're not really going to go into any details as to why, but, without telling us any facts of the offense or anything along those lines, is it true that you have a motion to revoke probation out of the 144th District Court?
Yes, sir.
And that is for a possession less than 1 gram of drugs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Arguello, would you kindly tell us how old you are, sir?
52 years old.
I'm sorry?
52?
52. Do you live in Bexar County?
Yes, sir. I live in Atascosa.
Atascosa. And is that inside Bexar County?
I think it's outside Bexar County.
Okay, and that's where you're presently living.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us where you were staying at or residing on or about April of 2021?
At my sister's house.
Your sister's house?
Well, it's my mom's house.
It was your mom's house?
Yes, sir. She passed away.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mr.
Yes,
Arguello. Where was that property located?
It's over by Atascosa, by Fowler. Yeah.
Fowler Road.
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, sir, is Fowler Road in Bexar County, Texas?
It's in Atascosa County.
You think it's in Atascosa?
It is in Atascosa County.
Fair enough. To your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, not to worry, Mr. Arguello. Okay. Mr. Arguello, did you have, actually, let's address your history a little bit before we get into the facts. Is it true, Mr. Arguello, that you have a prior conviction in 2022 for misdemeanor theft?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a Class B misdemeanor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it true that in 2021 you have a conviction for possession of a drug less than 1 gram?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think that's it. Okay, so let me ask you, Mr. Arguello, if we can go back to about April of 2021, you told the jury that you were living on a property that belonged to your late mother
Yes, sir.
on Fowler Road. Fair to
Yes,
say?
yes, sir.
Okay. At around that time, Mr. Arguello, did you have occasion to learn or know a person by the name of Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir.
What was your relationship to Marisol Klingelhofer?
It's a friend of mine.
Friend of yours?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved with her in any way romantically?
No, sir.
No.
Just a friend. That's it.
Fair enough. So you weren't dating or anything like that?
No, sir.
It's going to be a little bit of a crass question, but were you having sex with her?
No, sir. We just drink and smoke, or she would drink, I'll smoke, and that's it. We'll just talk and chill.
Okay, so just friends, you would hang out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On or about, actually, let me ask you this. Do you know an individual by the name of Andres Tarnava?
Yes, sir.
How do you know this individual?
He's my brother's from school. They both went to school with my little brother named Roger.
I didn't quite catch that. So would you kind
Can
of?
you
Yes, sir.
just move that whole thing closer to it? There you go. I know it's kind of, yeah.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
He went to school with my brother, Roger.
So Andres Tarnava went to school with your brother, Roger.
Yes, sir.
What is Roger, your brother's full name?
Roger Arguello.
Roger Arguello. Was Mr. Arguello, your brother, Ruben, also staying at the Fowler Out address around April of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you know Andres Tarnava because he knows your brother?
Yes, sir. They went to school together.
Fair enough. Let me ask you this, Mr. Arguello. Is Andres Tarnava present in this courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
And would you kindly point him out and describe him by something that he might be wearing?
He's wearing glasses and he's sitting on that side.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arguello. On or about April 26th of 2021, Mr. Arguello, did you witness this man, Andres Tarnava, do something to Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of walk us through what you saw and what he did?
From the beginning or?
From the beginning, yes, sir.
Shit. Yeah, I'm sorry about this, but we're just I don't know where to start, but
Let me ask you this. Let's break it down. Where were you right before it happened?
we're sitting in the trucks while I was smoking, she was drinking, we're laughing, we're having a good time, and it was a truck that a friend of mine brought. He brought out of vehicles. We're smoking, drinking, talking in the truck, and Andres comes, and then I don't know, he was talking to somebody. I couldn't hear him because I was at the truck, but I could see him. And he went back out and he left, and then he came back again. And then he was talking again, and I don't know what they said. And then so I'm going toward the truck. And when he was going toward the truck, I saw him pull out something, and it looked like a gun to me. So I got off and I ran. She stayed in the truck. I don't know why. And that's when he opened and he shot her twice.
Okay. So let's break that down. You were in the vehicle with Marisol Klingelhofer at this time.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
It was a Ford Explorer.
Ford Explorer.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
remember the color?
Green.
A green Ford Explorer.
Yes, sir.
Were you guys sitting in the front seat, back seat? Where were you located?
In the back seat.
Back seat.
Because the truck was tinted windows, dark tinted.
The truck had tinted windows.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you were smoking and drinking.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle Andres Tarnava was driving?
Sorry if I put that up.
I really don't want to describe. I mean, it just, I don't know the vehicle, but it was like a red one or maroon,
Red or maroon?
something.
Was it a small car or a big car?
It was a big truck.
Okay, so not like a sedan.
It was like a Suburban.
Okay, so a big Suburban. Okay. Now you describe how at one point he went back and he came back with what you believe to be a gun.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe that firearm?
It's a small 22, I think it was.
So it's small.
Yes, sir.
How could you tell?
Is it in a small case?
It was in a small case,
Yeah, and a kind of tan case that he had.
a tan case.
When he opened it up, I saw it.
And when you say case, is it like a holster or like a box?
Like a box.
Okay. And you saw him draw that fire.
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you saw the fire?
I took off.
You took off running.
Yes, sir.
Where was Marisol when you ran?
In the back seat of the truck.
Did you, you described for the jury having heard something. What did you hear?
I heard her say, no, no, and then he shot her once, and she started yelling again, and he shot her a second time. I didn't hear no more voice of her.
You heard someone say, no, no. Who was that?
Marisol.
And when she was saying those things, was she excited, upset, scared?
Scared.
Okay. And then you heard two shots.
Yes, sir. The last one, I didn't hear her voice no more.
Okay. Did you see anything after that?
No, sir, because the truck has tinted windows.
Okay.
I could only hear her voice.
After this event happened, Mr. Arguello, did you have an opportunity to come across Andres Tarnava again?
Yes, sir.
How did that come about?
He started bringing his stuff that he burned her with to drop it at my house. So you can blame me and my brother for it.
Now you say he started bringing stuff that he burned her with. How did you know that he had burned Marisol Klingelhofer?
Because he told me he cut her up.
He told you.
He burned her.
He told you that he cut her up and burned her.
Yes, sir.
Did he say anything else to you?
He tried to kill me and my brother, so we have no more witnesses.
Were you in fear for your life?
Yes, sir. I left my house and I went to go hike for a little while until I found out.
And were you in fear for your life because of the threats that Andres Tarnava was making?
That's sustained. Don't leave your witness.
Fair enough. Let me ask it this way, Mr. Arguello. Why were you afraid for your life?
Because my family, my nephew, my nieces, everybody lives in the house.
Did Andres Tarnava do or say anything to make you afraid for your life?
He just trying to kill me and my brother. He said that he hated his aunt. As soon as his grandma would die, that he was going to kill her too.
Did you ever come to learn why Andres Tarnava did this to Marisol Klingelhofer, sir? Did you ever know why he did this?
I don't know, because she would leave with him, and I told her not to go, and she would go with him, and then she didn't want to go with him anymore. And I was wondering why she didn't want to go with him anymore.
Now you mentioned, Mr. Arguello, that the defendant told you what he had done with the body of Marisol Klingelhofer. Did he tell you where he burned the body?
In the back of his house.
In the back of his house. And do you know where he was staying?
With his, I don't know if it was his grandma's or his aunt's house, but he was staying at a house by Lucky Road.
Lucky Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then is that southeast of San Antonio near Lytle?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Arguello, based on what you witnessed, did you see or did Marisol Klingelhofer have any weapons?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, did she have a knife, a gun, anything?
No, sir.
Did she make any threats to Andres Tarnava before he shot her?
No, sir. Oh, he would tell me that he wanted to kill her because she stole his dad. That's not responsible.
And I think you misunderstood my question, Mr. Rodriguez. I said, did she, Marisol Klingelhofer, make any threats towards Andres Tarnava?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arguello. The state will pass the witness.
Defense.
So it sounds like she was trapped in the back of the truck. I don't know if he was back there too. I wasn't clear on that. If he got out of the truck, if he was able to get out of, I think it was an SUV. If he was, they were both sitting in the back drinking, and he said he was smoking, she was drinking. He got out and ran away. I don't know if she couldn't get out, if that guy just was there so fast. But so, I mean, he is a witness that saw everything. I don't know that I wouldn't tag him as a jailhouse snitch by any measure at all. Well, so Stormy, he said, the defendant said he thought she stole his dad, something with his dad, some property of his dad's, and his dad had passed away, and he thought she stole it. So I don't know that there was a romantic link there. He just thought she took from him. I mean, that's a little harsh for that, but I don't know. But I mean, had he stayed in that vehicle, he probably wouldn't be sitting there testifying. But also, how do you, I mean, I get it. I get fight or flight. But man, you're running away and you're leaving somebody in that, you're leaving them there. Yikes.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Just I have a few questions for you. And at any time you don't understand the question, you need to repeat it, just let me know. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testify from time to time that you had certain offenses, you committed certain offenses with drugs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your drug of choice, what is it?
My drug choice is
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
my drug choice is marijuana.
Marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you use things other than marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like what?
Ice,
I'm sorry?
methamphetamine.
You want to get closer, you can, Cornelius, if you'd like. You said methamphetamine, but he's hard to hear.
Yeah,
Just
ice.
speak up a little if you don't mind.
Ice.
Yeah, you're fine.
You said, was it ice? Ice?
Yes, sir.
In for lay people, when you talk about ice, what type of drug are you talking about? You talking about meth or?
Yeah, meth.
And you say that you use marijuana.
Yes, sir.
Fair to say that you use marijuana a lot.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you use marijuana, do you lace it with anything? Do you put anything
No, sir.
on it? Just
marijuana.
Just marijuana.
Yes.
During your testimony, I think on more than one occasion, you testified that you would be drinking, correct?
No, I don't drink. She drinks.
Okay, she would drink.
Yes, sir. I would
Okay.
smoke.
Okay. And do you know what she would be drinking?
Anything that's had alcohol.
I'm sorry?
Anything that had alcohol.
Anything that had alcohol. And you would
I come
smoke?
Yes, I'll smoke weed.
Okay, you smoking weed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we're talking about a joint, more than a joint.
More than a joint.
And you would just constantly smoke weed, correct?
Yes, sir.
To
Calm me down.
I'm sorry,
To relax me.
to relax.
Yes, sir.
Do you smoke weed to the point where you get high?
Yes.
Okay. Are there limits in terms of how high you would get?
Yeah.
To a certain point, you can't get any higher or higher?
You can't get any higher once you smoke so much. You can't get any more higher than what you want.
Okay.
It's not like alcohol. Alcohol, you can drink a lot of beer and you get drunk and you can pass out and still be driving.
So with the weed or marijuana, you smoke it, you get high. When you get high, do you sometimes hallucinate?
No, sir.
You never see anything or feel something that's not there?
No, I don't see no point. So,
Okay. So in terms of getting high, does it just something that makes you happy, or do you start feeling a certain way, like you're floating around anything?
no, sir. I just relax.
Okay.
Just calm me down.
Now, specifically, on the day you testified that you saw this shooting.
Yes, sir.
Okay. what time of day or night?
It was in the daytime, maybe around 4 or 5.
About 4 or 5 in the daytime.
There was still sunlight.
I'm sorry,
There was still sunlight.
it's still sunlight. Okay. Now, had you, excuse me, I think you testified that you had been smoking at that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember whether you also using meth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you smoking and you use meth.
But I smoke more marijuana than meth.
Okay, you smoke, now you say you smoke more marijuana than meth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In terms of the, your meth use, did it make you high also?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have the combination of meth and the marijuana. So would the meth make you take it a little higher than marijuana? I mean, a head nod, you got it.
Yes, sir. It's marijuana is a downer and methamphetamine it's an upper, and they balance me equally.
Okay. So this particular day of the shooting, did you say you witnessed the shooting? How much, when did you first start using meth that day?
That morning,
That morning?
that was around 10 o'clock.
Okay. So 10 o'clock for the meth, and about what time for the marijuana?
At the same time.
About the same time. So you get up that morning, when you got up that morning,
I smoke first weed before I do my meth.
okay, smoke the weed first, then you do the meth. Now, were you in a, when you woke up, did you wake up in your house, or did you wake up sleeping in the car?
No, so in my house asleep.
Okay, you're in your house.
I woke up, got up, ate breakfast, and went and smoked some weed, went inside, finished my coffee. She comes, she knocks on my door. She wanted to smoke a little bit because she knows I have some all the time. And so we went to the truck, we were smoking. She was drinking, she finished her beer. She goes, I'll be right back, I'm gonna get some more beer. She went to where she was staying at, some guy named Chris. I don't know his last name, but he's my neighbor down the street. And I said, okay. So I said, well, I'm gonna go back to my house. And I went and smoked another joint. And then we went back. She got back, we went back to the truck. She was drinking, and I started smoking again, some more weed. She started drinking, we're laughing, talking. And that's when he showed up.
Okay, so that basically, your day, excuse me, that day is not, we're not talking about the situation when you go to work and come back home. You basically, you get up and
I wasn't at work, I was at home.
okay, so you're kind of smoking and drinking and using meth.
Yeah, I wasn't working at that time.
I'm
So-
sorry, can you repeat that?
I was not working at that time.
So, now you said this incident, with reference to this shooting, then that would occur somewhere, you think, maybe around 5 o'clock.
Around 5. I don't, but I was
You're not
daylight. I was not sure.
I'm sorry, could you,
It had to be around 5 or 6. I'm not sure because it was daylight still, but I knew it was kind of late because, I get up around maybe 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. Because the kids, my nephew, my nieces get up early and they wake me up all the time. And and I gotta cook breakfast for them most of the time. And that's why I eat breakfast too with them. And I knew it was around 9 o'clock, so when she got there, it was around 10, we started doing that. She left back to Chris around 12, I figured. And that's when she came back and made about an hour, because I think they went to the store to buy some beer, because she took a while before she got back. And she got back It was around maybe 2 or 3 o'clock. That's when we went back to the truck and it had to be around 5 or 6 when we got there.
So 5, 6, you're in
Andrew.
the truck, and I believe the testimony that you leave her in the rear seat of the truck.
Yeah, because I saw him get up with the gun, so I left. I took off running.
Okay.
I thought she was gonna run too, but she stayed in the truck.
All right. So around that time, you're still drinking. I'm sorry. Still smoking.
Not after that happened, no.
Okay, not after, but right before. Correct,
Yes, sir.
So at that point, your testimony that you see my client Andrews, you see him approach the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that he approached the vehicle that you're inside, correct?
Yes, sir, with her.
Okay.
I'm in the back seat of the driver's side. She's in the back seat of the passenger side. And he comes in through the back seat of the passenger side, driver's side. He parks his truck on the passenger side.
So initially, you don't see.
It's hard to not zone him out because he's mumbling. They were both sitting in the back seat. She's on the passenger side, I believe he said. He's on the driver's side. The guy entered on the driver's side, so I'm not sure how he got out so fast. And I don't know what level of intoxication they had at that point in time, if they were able to, what their motor skills were like. But if he was on the driver's side and she's on the passenger side and that guy enters on the driver's side, he had to climb over her to get out. And he left her. Don't know. But I wish he would speak up, because his testimony is important because he was there. He witnessed it.
Andres with a weapon.
Not at first, because I didn't see him at all until he was pressing the truck. That's when I saw him unzip a little bag or like a box thing.
Okay.
And I knew it was a weapon.
Okay. You knew it was a weapon even before you saw it?
Yeah, because the box was square like a weapon.
Okay. So the box, was it a clear box? You can look through it?
No, you cannot look through it.
Okay. And you couldn't look through it, but you were guessing.
I'm not guessing. It's
so you knew it was.
Yeah, because I've seen a lot of people carry those bags with guns in there.
Oh, okay.
Because a friend of mine has a lot of guns and he always puts them in boxes like that.
Okay. So you assume because other folks that he
I knew it was a gun.
Okay, you knew.
Yes.
All right.
From the get-go, because he's talked about things he's done in his past.
Now,
and I didn't want him to go to my house and my brother still.
just wait. I'll ask you a question, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, your testimony is that there came a time when you actually saw a weapon, or as you testified, you believe you saw a weapon.
No, I didn't believe I saw a weapon. I saw a weapon.
I'm sorry?
I saw a weapon.
Oh, okay.
And
all right. Okay. You say you saw a weapon, correct?
Sir, I never seen that happen to me in my entire life.
Oh, you have to answer.
Yes,
That's
sir.
just the question. So you saw a weapon and you identified this weapon as some type of 22?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not really sure if it was a 22, but it was a small gun.
Okay. So it was a small gun.
Yeah. Small handgun.
Is this guy talking with his eyes closed? Not the attorney, the witness, or is he just looking down? I know some people, I have people, I don't know if I still have them in my life that talk with their eyes closed. I get it when you're, especially when you're trying to remember something. I do that, I know, but just general speaking, I don't talk with my eyes closed. Also, he saw a weapon. You know if you saw one or not. I know the attorney was trying to get him to say that he thinks he saw a weapon. Or he's like, oh, so you believe you saw a weapon. No, I know. I know. Yeah, I can't tell Stormy. Sometimes I think he's looking down. Sometimes I think his eyes are closed. Permafrost. I hope not. Poor thing. This attorney takes forever. Like, I feel like it's just like, please ask your question, please. And then you get to the state and they are like on, I want to, never mind. They're fast. To be careful how I phrase it. They're fast. He's fast.
Now, is your testimony that as soon as you saw the small gun, did you leave?
Hmm?
Did you leave once you saw the small gun?
Yeah, I left. I ran.
You ran?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you ran, how far away did you?
I say maybe, but
No,
I'm sorry?
about 20 feet,
no,
30 feet.
that's not.
And I stopped. I thought she was behind me, but she stayed behind.
And so you ran the 20 feet, then your testimony that you stopped after that? I'm sorry, I can't. It's not a lot.
I don't know how far, but I know I didn't go that far because I didn't see her behind me, so I stopped. And that's when I saw him open the door and shot her.
Okay. So you said that if I just opened the door, it was after you had run 20 feet away. Correct?
Yeah. Because just coming toward the door, he was probably about 10 feet away from me, maybe more. And I saw him coming towards the truck.
Now, if say the vehicle was like this table here,
Mm-hmm.
And we'll just call this part of the vehicle the front.
No.
And it's not, I'm just, bear with me. So you would say this would have been, in your position, the back of the vehicle?
No, you're right. If he would see it
I'm sorry,
if you would see it in his way, yes, that would be the front of the vehicle.
this would be the front of the vehicle.
Yes, sir. And when he's pushing the truck, yes.
And we'll call this back of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if that's the front of the vehicle, this is the rear, would you have been seated on this side of the vehicle?
That side of the vehicle.
And Marisol would have been seated on the other side?
On the other side.
Okay. Now, when you ran away from the vehicle, did you run towards the front? Did you run towards the back? Or did you run
Towards the side.
this direction?
Yes, towards that side.
Okay, you would have run in that direction, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were you always on this, we call this the left side of the vehicle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you didn't, fair to say, you didn't run back
No.
that way. So you would have run away from the vehicle in this direction, correct?
Yes, sir.
So
She's
as you look back 20 feet away, or approximately 20 feet away, you would have been looking towards the rear of the vehicle, correct? Okay. And you were never on this is the left side of the vehicle. You were never on the right side.
That's a passenger side, yes.
Correct. You were never on that side.
No.
So in terms of your vision, or what you saw, you would have been looking at that vehicle from this angle?
Yes, sir. And I saw him first, this angle.
Okay. So, in terms of what has happened with reference to Marisol, it would have been happening on this side.
On the driver's side.
I'm sorry?
On the driver's side.
On the driver's side.
He went through the driver's side.
Okay. He went to the driver's side.
The back seat of the driver's side.
Okay.
Yes,
So it should have been this side.
yeah, he went through that side, through that door. The door where I came out, he went through that door.
Okay. And from your vantage point, is it, he's inside, did he get inside the vehicle?
No, he shot her from outside.
He stood on the outside.
He shot her twice.
Okay, so he was on the driver's side, got out of the driver's side, and the guy that defendant got in the driver's side after he got out. Man, I don't know that she stood a chance either way. Even if she would have went out the passenger's side door, I don't think he was right there. He obviously wanted to hurt her. If he did, allegedly. She wasn't going anywhere. Yes, George, that dog was not involved yesterday, but she was the one that introduced us to the fun of getting sprayed by a skunk when she took a direct shot to the face and rubbed all over the furniture before we knew what was going on. So yeah, she still holds the most expensive getting sprayed by a skunk.
Come on.
I might take that time over this.
And when this, if you heard the first shot, sir, were you still running at that point, or you already stopped?
Yes, sir, I already stopped.
Now, this location that you testified about is where you live, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that that address that you lived at, where this happened,
Yes, sir.
was that in Bexar County or was that in another county?
It's in Atascosa County.
I'm sorry,
Atascosa County.
Atascosa County.
Yes, sir.
I've had it.
Yes, sir. May it please the court, Judge. Okay, Mr. Arguello,
Yes, sir.
briefly on the redirect, I just want to shore up some things. Do you remember there being anyone else there at the property when the shooting happened, when the murder took place?
Yeah. There was maybe 3-4 people.
How many?
I think 3 or 4 people.
3 or 4 people.
Yeah.
Do you remember their names?
Yeah, so Carlitos, and a father and a son, Carlos Senior, Carlos Junior.
Okay. With that, you called him Carlitos.
Yeah, that's what they call him.
That's his nickname.
That's so far I've known him by that name.
Fair enough. Do you know his full name?
It's Carlos.
Okay. What about his last name?
I don't know his last name. I kind of,
You told us that Ruben, your brother,
no, Roger.
Roger, I'm sorry, Roger, your brother, was also staying at the property.
Yes, sir.
Was he there?
He says he wasn't, but I think he was there. I'm not really too sure he was there. He
Fair enough,
says
so you're
he
not
was.
sure?
No.
Okay.
But I know Carlito and Carlo were there because there's a father and a son, and they got there in the truck, and he was driving because she got off to talk to him.
Okay, so you remember Carlitos for sure being there?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Now, when I was asking you questions earlier, you mentioned that Andres Tarnava had come back with some burning remains, right?
Yes, sir. To drop him at my house so they can blame it on me and my brother.
Was that the same day or another day?
It was some other day.
Okay, so you saw him again later on after the murder?
Yeah, he went to my house to pick me up to go pick up some stuff to bring to my house. He asked me because I brought things to my house because I let him drop a lot of things in my house. I'm just trying to be friendly to everybody, but I guess friendly is not enough.
Fair enough. Do you remember there being an individual by the name of Gustavo Saldaña also there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he was present as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I proceed with the trial?
Yeah.
Mr. Arguello, let me show you what's been marked and admitted into evidence. It's State Exhibit number 24. Correct me for one second. I know you didn't take this picture, Mr. Arguello, but would you kindly take a look and tell me if you recognize any of the people in it?
Yeah, Marisol.
And this is on State 24. Can you point her out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me publish this. May I publish her? State 24, Mr. Arguello. A second ago, you pointed to someone on this picture for me. Who did you point to?
Marisol, but she's more. She looks like she's more has more weight there than when I saw her before.
Fair enough. So this is not how you remember her, but you recognize her.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to point to a lady on the left side of the image. Who is this?
Marisol.
That's Marisol.
Yes, sir.
Is this the woman that you saw on that green truck that was murdered?
Yes, sir.
This is the woman that Andres Tarnava shot that day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, that defendant's collar is almost like that one, guys. His collar. One was out, one was in. And we were, do you remember in the Daniel, I think it was a Daniel Garcia trial. It was like the collar of mullets. The mullet version. Party and serious. All right, I think they're going to break for lunch here in a second.
Defense?
I don't know, Bon, because if he actually did admit that he did it back in 2021 when this happened, then I don't know what he's standing on because they technically haven't made their opening statement yet. So we'll see when it's their turn to present evidence. But I guess that means they're going to.
All right. That's it. You take care of yourself, all right? Stay well.
Oh, they're going.
Excuse Mr. Arguello. So the deputies will take you out. Adam LaHood, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, may I be
I
excused?
appreciate your assistance. You may.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Or maybe
Not bad. Within 5 minutes.
something happened during the interrogation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you go to lunch. Hey, listen, do me a favor. Take those instructions seriously. Don't research this. Don't talk about it. Don't try to look anything up. Don't do any of that kind of stuff. Just enjoy your lunch. I'll see you at 1:35, okay? All right, for the jury. Please leave your notepads and
1:35. I don't know what time it was there. And Bon, I don't know what obviously I don't know what the defense's angle is here because we haven't heard what it is. But that person, you would thought he would have had better questioning for him, and that questioning sucked. Like, that was awful. Oh, yes. Yeah, you really ever hear judges say, "Do me a favor," "Hey, listen, like, we're just a pals, we're friends." Yeah, I like him. I don't he said something, I think, at the beginning when he said that he was filling in for Judge Mesa, who we saw on that Daniel Garcia trial. Um, he said something about being an old judge, so I don't know if he's still, like, actively on the bench all the time or if, he's like a sub judge. Don't know how that all works, and I'm sure it's different in every state, so I wouldn't even begin to guess. They took a long lunch. Oh, he might have fixed his collar. Good for him.
Wow, look at this. Armenian. Look at this.
They go through a lot of witnesses. They went through
Oh,
8
I don't have to use that one.
witnesses yesterday.
What'd you say,
I don't know.
Carlos?
It just started
Hernandez.
yesterday for me, so I don't know. They're off today because of the holiday. Now, in the next 4 witnesses, let me know when you spot the Texas Ranger. I spotted him immediately.
Right up here, sir.
That's not him. That's not a Texas Ranger.
You met earlier, right? I swore you to tell the truth already? Okay, so just remember you're still under oath, okay?
Okay.
All right, and speak up into that microphone. The last guy was kind of soft-spoken. Just make sure they can hear you, all right?
Okay.
Go ahead, State.
Yes. Please introduce yourself to the jury, sir.
I'm Carlos Hernandez
Where do you live?
in Lido.
All right. Where did you live back in April of 2021?
I live with my mother on Kinney Road in Atascosa, Texas.
Atascosa?
Yes.
Okay. Back at that time, back in 2021, did you know a woman named Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She was a friend.
Okay.
Mhm.
Have you seen her since 2021?
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about do you remember what day was the last you ever saw Marisol Klingelhofer?
The day when he killed her,
Okay, the day we're here to talk.
Mhm.
You remember what month that was in?
I don't remember exactly, but
Well, were you approached by law enforcement about this incident?
yes.
And after you were approached by law enforcement, did they ask you to prepare or to write down a statement of what you remembered at the time?
Well, we actually went through a walkthrough of how it happened.
Yeah. And then did you write down a statement as well?
I really did. I don't remember that.
Let me ask you this. May I approach the
Yeah.
witness?
Yes, you may.
I'm showing you a document here that appears to be a copy
Oh, yeah,
of
yeah.
a document
That's
that was
my
handwritten. That's your handwriting?
Mhm.
All right, so did you prepare this statement at the request of law enforcement?
Yes.
All right, now,
As I'm asking you questions here today,
Mhm.
if there's anything you don't remember by way of details, because it has been 3 years, right?
Yes.
If there's anything you don't remember by way of details, let me know and refer to your statement, see if that refreshes your memory, and then come back to me and answer the question. So don't read off it, but if you think it would help you remember, just ask for a moment and take a look at that statement, okay?
Okay.
All right, so we'll take a brief look at the statement and see if it helps you remember what month this happened.
Says it. April.
April, okay. And where did this murder take place?
On Fowler Road at Rogers' house.
Okay, and when you say Roger, whom are you referring to?
He's a friend of mine.
Do you know his last name?
Arguello or something.
Okay. And At this house, at Roger Arguello's house, who else was there on the day of the murder?
On the day that it happened, it was me. Roger wasn't outside with us. Ruben,
Okay.
Gustavo, and my dad was in my truck.
Okay, so your dad was in your truck. Were you in your truck with your dad?
No, I was working on a motor.
Okay. And where was Marisol there?
No.
Did she arrive later?
Whenever Roger's place whenever the police showed up a month later, that's when she was there.
Okay, so, but you testified earlier that this was the day that she was killed, correct?
Oh, no. I'm mistaken because Marisol, I'm talking about the other one.
Oh, I apologize. Were you dating a woman named Marisol Reyes at the time?
I was.
Okay, so when I say Marisol, I'm going to be referring to Marisol Klingelhofer.
Okay.
Unless I say otherwise.
Right.
Will that help us communicate?
Yes.
All right, so on the day that we're talking about, in late April, you testified that Roger Arguello was inside, and you, your father, Gustavo, Ruben, and Marisol were all outside.
On the day that it happened.
Yes, sir.
On the day that it happened, my father,
Yes, sir.
Ruben,
Yes, sir.
and Gustavo were outside, and me.
Okay, where was Marisol Klingelhofer?
Marisol Klingelhofer. She was in the vehicle with Ruben.
Gotcha. Okay, and what vehicle was that?
It was a green expedition, I think.
Okay, so Marisol and Ruben were in a green expedition. You and your father and Gustavo were outside.
Right.
And Roger Arguello was inside.
In his house.
In his house.
In his house.
At this Fowler Road address. Okay. Do you remember what time of day this happened?
Can I?
Yeah, please take a look.
The time I don't know exactly. That's but it was during the day.
Okay. During the day, sun was out.
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone else?
See, it was between noon and 5 o'clock.
Did anyone else arrive between noon and 5 o'clock?
The whole afternoon.
No.
Do you recognize? Do you know an individual by the name of Andres Tarnava?
Yes. Right there.
Okay. Is he in this courtroom today? I saw you point to the defense table. Can you identify what he's wearing?
He's wearing a suit and glasses.
Okay. Did Andres Tarnava arrive at this house on Fowler Road that day?
Yes.
What happened immediately after he arrived?
When he arrived, he drives, every time he would go over, he would show up, like driving really fast.
Non-responsive.
Okay, hang on. Carlos, do me a favor. First of all, no uh-huhs and say yes and no,
Okay,
if you will,
yes.
please. And just answer his specific question, okay?
Okay.
Not like every time. He asked what he did this day.
Okay.
So just keep it to that. So it's not your fault. Just rephrase your question.
Yes, sir. On this day, describe for the jury how Mr. Tarnava arrived at this address.
Okay, well, he showed up driving pretty fast.
Was that typical?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And after he arrived, do you remember what he was driving?
It was a GMC Maroon.
A maroon GMC. Okay. So after he pulled up in his maroon GMC, what did he do?
He parked behind the house, and we were further back on the property. I was working on a motor, and he showed up, got off, and I saw that he was carrying some kind of like pouch. Is what it looked like. And when he got to the Green Expedition.
Before you continue, what did that pouch look like?
I believe it was like a brown color. It looked like a leather one.
Okay, so like a brown, like a tan brown.
A tan, yeah.
Okay. Once he approached the expedition, was Ruben still in the expedition?
Yes. Well, when he approached it,
Yeah.
Ruben ran out of the expedition.
Okay. Then what happened?
That's when he had the door open and he shot a couple of times. It was probably about 3 or 4 times.
Who did he shoot?
Marisol, she was in the truck. You can hear the gunshots, and one actually went through the window and hit my vehicle.
Your vehicle got hit by bullets.
Do you say yes or no?
Yes.
Did you hear Marisol cry out?
I heard
Objection, leading.
That's overruled. You can answer the question.
I heard her yell, but when all that happened, we all just stopped what we were doing.
What did Tarnava do immediately after he shot Ms. Klingelhofer?
He dragged her out of the truck
How did he drag her out of the truck?
by her leg.
What did he do with her after he dragged her out of the truck?
When he dragged her out of the truck and she was on the ground, he asked for help, and we didn't do it.
Okay, so I was gonna ask, did anyone help him? That's a no.
No.
What did he do
We're
after
gonna
that?
find
He
out.
dragged her all the way to his truck, to the GMC.
Did he put her inside the GMC?
He put her inside in the back.
Did he do anything else at that location on that day?
No, he left.
When did you see him again after that?
Can I take this?
Yeah, please.
I don't remember. It wasn't not too long after. He would always just show up, and to me, when he would show up, he would like brag about it. He was loud about it and trying to scare like all of us.
So let's take that in pieces. When you say he would brag about it, the he you're referring to is the defendant, Mr. Tarnava. What would he brag about?
He would just talk about it, like how what he did, and then he told Roger, like, you didn't think I would kill her, right? Like, why are you gonna do that?
Did he say what he did with her body after he left?
Nah, he didn't tell me anything.
He didn't tell you?
No.
Now, you also mentioned that he threatened.
Like all of that, that's what I mean by, like, he was scaring us not to say anything. And we stayed quiet, and it's a scary feeling, like you don't know what to do. You do something and something's gonna happen to us too, you know what I mean?
Yeah, is that why you didn't go to law enforcement yourself?
Yeah.
Objection, leading.
Yes.
That's overruled. You can answer. Your answer.
It was a yes.
Yes.
When the police got involved, what police officer approached you about what happened?
It was the Texas Ranger.
Okay.
I forgot his name.
That's okay. But it was a Texas Ranger?
Yeah, it was a Texas Ranger.
And did
We
you,
called him Cinco.
Cinco, all right. I assume he asked you what happened.
Yeah, we actually went to a walk there.
Okay, when you say a walkthrough, what property did you go for a walkthrough of?
Of where it happened.
They're on Fowler Road?
Mhm.
Did you take him to any other properties?
No. Oh yeah, we went to his place
What did you show them at his place?
where because Roger was cutting his grass for him and all that.
Yeah.
And he cleaned trash for him too.
Okay,
Because at Roger's place, a lot of people dump trash and he gets paid for it.
okay.
I thought
Well,
that.
I had my truck, so I took Roger, and we cleaned. He cleaned his he cut his grass while I was there waiting, and then I helped Roger put the trash on a little trailer, a lot of trash,
Okay.
camper, all kinds of stuff, and we went back to Roger's place because Roger dumps his trash there.
And you took the Rangers there to the defendant's
Mhm.
place where you all collected trash.
Right.
Why did you take them?
We went. How was it? We met up with an investigator or something like that, and that's where they told me.
Objection, hearsay.
Can't say anything that anybody told you, okay, Carlos?
Okay.
Did the police
The
ask you
police,
to take you
right.
to take them there?
Yes.
Leading.
Yeah, that's leading, that's staying, counsel. Don't lead your witness and don't talk over him.
Yes,
You
sir.
ask the question, let him answer.
Yes, sir. Do you remember the address of the defendant's place where you went with law enforcement?
I know where it is. I don't know the address.
Now, I expect the defense is going to ask you some questions about your history with the law.
Mhm.
Have you been arrested before?
Yes.
Have you been convicted of any felony crimes?
I'm on probation for a felony right now.
What felony is that?
That's smuggling of people.
Smuggling a
That
person?
was back in 2020.
2020. Other than that, have you been convicted of any felonies?
No.
And does that conviction have anything to do with you telling the truth today?
Or nothing to do with it.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
That's a big conviction. Smuggling of people. I'm on probation. Okay.
Sure, if you need to.
Oh, he's gonna take that so he can't refresh his memory. Good grief. I wonder if he's gonna give it back. This is report. Yes, I would assume so. Yeah. Bexar County, San Antonio. But still. You think he never saw this before? And if he didn't, do you think he should have asked?
Okay, sir, I'm just want to ask you a few questions. Now, the time that you say you saw this shoot, you said I was at Roger's house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what day it was?
No, I don't.
Do you remember what day of the week it was? Was it on Wednesday or Thursday? Yeah.
It's been 3 years. I'm like, I don't know.
Well, my question.
No, I don't.
He needs his paper.
Now, when you testified that this occurred, did you go and, based on what you said you saw, did you call the police? Go and call the police?
No, I didn't. I didn't call him.
Didn't call. Did you drive down to the police station?
No.
What about the next day? Did you call the police?
No, I didn't.
Did you go to the police station?
No.
The third day? Did
No.
you go to the police station and call the police?
No, I didn't.
No. Did you ever go down to the police station or call the police?
The only time, no, I didn't.
You did.
No.
Now, that day that you said this happened, do you recall approximately what time I believe you said you and who went to Roger's house with you? Did you go to Roger's house with someone.
On that day that it happened?
Correct.
No, I was already there.
You were there from that morning?
Yes, for that morning. I was working on a motor mechanic.
About what time that morning?
I don't remember.
Before 10 o'clock?
Probably before, yes.
So, what, maybe 8 o'clock in the morning?
We can say 8, 9.
8 or 9. So if you made a statement that said you were there between like noon and 5 o'clock, would that be correct? Or would that be?
If I made a statement?
I'm sorry, I'm saying.
I don't know what you say. I'm sorry.
If you made a statement or told someone that you arrived here somewhere between noon and 5 o'clock, that would be correct.
That wouldn't be correct because I was already there.
I'm sorry?
I mean, I don't get the question you're asking me. I mean, I got there I got there early that morning.
Oh.
It happened between noon and 5.
So you got there early that morning?
Mm-hmm.
So your testimony here on the oath would be before 10. Your statement this today,
Mm-hmm.
I know would be that you arrived at the house before 10 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Of course, you would. Yep. Show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 6. And I believe you identified that as a statement that you gave, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as you look at it, just look at it and see whether it refreshes your recollection as to when you arrived at the house, at Roger's house.
It's okay. Yeah, it's saying
No,
that I got
I'm not
there.
asking what it's saying.
Okay.
I'm asking you, did it refresh your recollection in terms of the time period where you arrived at Roger's house?
Did it refresh it? I mean, it doesn't need to be refreshed because I'm always at Roger's house.
So
I don't live there. I always go over there. So I would get there.
Fine. Well, my question is not what you always do.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, what did you do on this occasion?
On that occasion, like I was trying to get to that. I'm there, I leave, and I come back. That day, I was with my dad when I came back to Rogers. I'm always leaving and going all the time.
So it's just leaving and going to Roger's house?
And it's because
24 hours a day?
I mean, not 24 hours a day. I'm there for a long period and then I leave.
This day
Mm-hmm.
that you're talking
Right.
about. I asked you when you to refresh your recollection, what time approximately did you get to the house that particular day?
Okay, I was there in the morning. I don't know the exact time. That's why I was telling you. I leave, and when I went back with my dad,
Hang on just a second. All cell phones off, please.
when I went back, I had my dad with me. Yes, and he's my dad is practically always with me. I work with him. He's always with me, and he was there, and that's when all that happened.
So, in your statement
Mhm.
that you gave to the police, did you indicate anywhere in that statement that you were at the house earlier, you left, and then you came back?
Oh no, I didn't put it
You
on
didn't
here.
put that.
No, I didn't.
Now, you testified that you arrived back with your father,
Right.
correct?
Yes.
And you were doing some specific work, correct?
Right.
And what type of work were you doing at that?
I was working on a motor because I would get parts for my truck.
Okay, you were working on
I was taking parts off of a motor
Oh, you're taking part off of the motor.
with Gustavo.
And how far away were you from the truck where that you indicated that was shot?
It happened. I was like from here to the doors. That's how close I was.
From here to the door.
Yes, but that distance right there.
Now, you testified, who was in that truck?
Ruben and Marisol.
So you're at approximately the distance where you are, and the truck is about this distance here.
Mhm.
Okay. Is it anything obstructing your view of the truck?
Look.
Is anything between you
And that truck?
and that truck?
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Do you know whether anybody was in that, in terms of in that truck? Who was in charge of the truck?
Who was what?
Yeah, who was in, could you determine on that distance, who was actually in charge, inside the truck?
Yeah.
Who?
Ruben and Marisol.
Okay. Could you determine what they were doing inside the truck?
I don't know what they were doing. I don't.
Okay. Did you smell anything like marijuana being smoked in the truck or not?
No, I couldn't.
No? No. Could you determine where they were seated inside the truck?
No, I don't know because that truck, that vehicle is the front seats, a middle seat, and then there's space in the back, so I couldn't see
You couldn't see.
the part of the truck they were in.
Well, enjoy it, Stormy. That's nice of them.
So you testified, your testimony that eventually Andres comes to the location, correct?
Yes.
And he's carrying something. You see him carrying something.
Yes, in his hand. And
I'm sorry, what did you say?
yes, and he pulls out a gun out of that pouch that I explained.
And I know you're eager to tell what happened, but you gotta listen to my question.
Okay.
He comes at location and you see him carrying something, correct?
Correct.
So at that point, are you underneath the truck that you're working on, or you at on the side of it? Where are you?
The motor was already out, so I'm standing right next to the motor working on it. The motor was out of the vehicle.
And your testimony is that you heard perhaps 4 shots?
It was about 3 to 4 shots.
3 to 4. Now, when you heard the 3 to 4 shots, you moved towards the vehicle where the shooting was? Did you move away from it, run away from it?
I stayed where I was at. I just froze. Like, I got scared. And you know, when you hear a gunshot like that, you freeze and you look up or you drop to the ground. I stood there and looked up. And that's when I saw it happen.
Now, when this occurred, were you, you said that you're on probation for the smuggling case, correct?
Yes.
Were you on probation then when this happened, or your probation occurred after?
When that happened, if I'm correct, I was on probation for a DWI in the valley. And so when the police showed up, I went to jail for that warrant because I had a warrant for the DWI.
So you said when the police showed up,
A month later.
A month later?
Yeah.
Okay. And they show up and you speak to them for a little while and you're taken to jail?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, the statement that you gave to the police, was that a statement made by you prior to you going to jail or after you came out?
When I made that statement?
Yes, this statement.
I made that statement that's the day that they took me to jail. Like I was in the vehicle at Rogers' house still.
Okay. All right, so when you made this statement, this was the same time day that they took you to jail?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So did you make a statement first, then they take you to jail, or did you go to jail first and make the statement later on once you got it?
I made the statement in the vehicle at Rogers, and then I went to jail.
You can see where he's going, right? He's going to try to say that he got to do.
Is this the same day you mentioned that you went to some other location?
When I made the statement?
Correct.
It's not the same.
Another location or not?
It's not the same day.
Oh. And in terms of your testimony here today, you were given a subpoena?
Yes.
And there was no, you don't have any agreement or
Here it is.
by the state or anybody else to help you out in your probation case or anything like that?
No.
That's good.
Okay.
You testified that you saw the defendant take a gun out of that brown tan satchel.
Yes.
Now, you also testified you were some distance away.
Yes.
Were you able to get a decent look at that firearm?
It looked like a chrome.
Like a chrome? All right, did you see what color it was?
No, chrome, that's the color.
Oh, like chrome.
Chrome.
I got it, sorry.
Yeah.
I misunderstood. So, like shiny chrome.
Shiny chrome, yeah.
Okay. Was it big or small?
It was small.
Small chrome pistol.
The gun didn't even sound loud. It sounded like a small gun.
Sounded like small caliber? Okay. Nothing further.
When you say, you saw the pistol, and you were like 20 feet, maybe 25 feet away.
Right. Yes.
Nothing further.
Hernandez, thank you very much. You take care of yourself now. Stay well, all right?
Yes, sir.
That's the Mr. Hernandez piece.
Yes.
Can you imagine him and Grandma Lawyer from Jose Ruiz trial trying a trial together? It'd still be going. I can't imagine. If I got behind that guy at a drive-through, I would just, well, been through a drive-through a while, but if I got behind that guy in the drive-through, I would leave. I'd take Coke and French fries. You know that's how it. Come on, witness. Come on down. You're the next contestant. I guess to face this. Oh, I thought you didn't have a shirt on for a second.
Right here, sir, please. In this chair right next to me.
Darn it. Gonna spice this
Have
thing
seats.
right up.
I made you this morning, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
I swore you to tell the truth?
Yes,
All right,
sir.
you're still under oath. Remember that, okay? Make sure that microphone, it moves, so make sure you speak right into it, all right? So we can hear you. Go ahead, State.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please, sir?
My name is Roger Arguello.
Roger, do you have a brother?
Yes.
What's his name?
Ruben Arguello?
Do the two of you live together?
Yes, we do.
Where do you live?
At my mom's house at Fall Road.
Okay, on Fowler Road?
Yes.
What is the address of your mom's house on Fowler Road?
11125 Fall Road.
11125 Fowler Road. What county is that?
It's Atascosa, but for some reason it's Bexar County.
All right, so you're in the city of Atascosa,
Yes, sir.
in Bexar County.
Yes, sir.
All right, so if your brother testified different, was he convicted?
In terms of the rule, Judge, we'll take.
That's a state.
Violation of the
Understood.
rule.
That's a state.
Understood. But just to be clear, your house is located in Bexar County.
Yes, sir.
Property taxes go to Bexar County.
Yes, sir.
All right, and I'm gonna show you a map real briefly that I've marked as state's.
Would you like to approach?
May I approach? Show you a map I've marked as Exhibit 19. This little red dot, identify that Fowler Road address.
Yes.
What exhibit was that, counsel?
State 19.
Okay, thank you, sir.
They won't forget to ask again.
All right, does this map fairly accurately depict the location of your house within the state of Texas and within Bexar County?
Yes.
Now for state 19.
Any objections, counsel?
I'm sure.
Take this witness one more time.
Go ahead.
Sir, with reference to state, exhibit 19, have you seen the document before?
No, it's right now.
I'm sorry,
Just right now?
just right now.
Yeah.
You didn't prepare this.
No,
No, you didn't make this document.
no, I did.
Well, let me approach you. If I may.
Maybe he doesn't understand.
You say you don't think so, so I just want you to look at it. It's exhibit number 19. Did you prepare it? Did you prepare that document?
Okay, I don't know what you mean by prepared document, man. I don't know.
Did you make that document?
No, I didn't make the document.
Okay, you didn't make it.
No, I didn't.
Have you seen this other than when the state just showed it to you? Have you seen it before?
No.
Okay. Now there's a dot on this document.
Well, where I live at, it says Addis goes up, but for Bexar County, it's all confusing, man.
It's all confusing, right?
Yeah, it's all confusing. It's Addis goes up, but it's Bexar County. That's it.
Okay.
There's nothing more.
So when this exhibit was shown to you, and you testified that this dot represents where you live, you can't tell where you live based on this dot on this page, right?
Well, yeah, because this is Von Army and then this is Lido. I live between
Can you tell
I live
where
between
your
Von Army and
house
Lido.
is? Let me ask you a question. Can you tell based on this dot where your house is?
It's not gonna point exactly where I live at, man.
Okay. To the question.
Okay.
Can you determine based on this dot exactly where your house is?
No.
No.
Yes. No. But it's close, I guess.
I'm sorry?
It's close, I guess.
Yeah,
This is
we're
the
gonna
most energy.
I'm sitting.
This guy smiling is hilarious. This is the most energy we've seen from defense counsel all day. Like, wow, you can't ask a question that doesn't take 5 minutes to get it out. Awesome. Thank you.
Your Honor, I asked the defendant, or I asked the witness if this dot fairly and accurately represented the location of this house within the state of Texas and within Bexar County, to which he answered yes.
All right, state's exhibit 19 is received in evidence. Your objection to me goes to the weight, not the admissibility of that document, so.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Maybe it is.
It's 19 is received.
Maybe it is.
Thank you.
If it is, let us know.
As you testified earlier, you referenced Lytle and Van Orman, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and does this show where your house is between those two cities?
Don't lead your witness, it's sustained.
Does this map show where your house is in Bexar County?
Yes.
I cannot say the same. I do have 15 seconds.
Did you know a woman named Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes.
How did you know
How did I know her?
her? Yes, sir.
I met her by my neighbor. My neighbor, one day she's out outside at the picnic table. She was outside at my neighbor's house and the picnic table too, and she came, she crossed another property. We started talking.
Do you remember approximately what year that was?
No, I don't remember what year it was.
Okay. Was it before April of 2021?
Yes, sir.
You know how far before?
I can say maybe almost a year.
Almost a year?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you a photo I've marked as State's Exhibit 1. Who does this photograph depict?
Marisol?
The Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir.
Does this fairly and accurately depict what Marisol Klingelhofer looked like at the time you knew her?
Yes, sir.
If you ask for a approach,
Exhibit 1, Your Honor.
same time.
Approach.
Well, you can ask her. I mean, why not? This one takes a couple minutes. There he did.
Once again, as I asked you, is this a photograph of Marisol Klingelhofer?
Yes, sir.
Gosh, she had 2 black eyes.
Do you know what happened to Marisol?
Yes.
How do you know what happened to Marisol?
Because he was always bragging about it.
Now, when you say he, are you referring to the defendant, Andres Tarnava?
Yes.
Is the person that you know is Andres Tarnava in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Did you point toward him and identify what he's wearing?
He wore a black suit.
All right.
Yes.
When you say he was always bragging about it, what is the it you're referring to?
He would tell me, "You don't think I would do it, right? You think I would do it, right? You think I would do it?"
When he says it, what did he mean?
Objection, the cause of speculation, can't say
Uh,
voting now.
Hang on. Before you answer that question, I'm going to sustain that objection. Flesh it out more, counsel.
Understood. When was he telling you, you didn't think I would do it?
Yes.
Was it shortly after April of 2020?
It was after that
You're overruled.
Now, the reason I'm saying April of 2021, actually,
Hang on,
No.
there's no question.
Oh,
when the defendant would tell you, you didn't think I would do it, how was it clear to you what he was talking about?
then he murder her, kill her.
Okay. Were you talking about that event when he said you didn't think he would do it?
No, he was just saying.
It's out of nowhere.
No, because we were just talking about something else, and he would say, "You think I would do it, right? You think I would do it?"
So how was it clear to you what he was talking about?
Because he already had murder her when he would say that, and he would say it like roll out where everybody can hear.
Who's everybody?
Like whoever was around, like the neighborhood, because where I live at, we don't have no fence, no fire fence, nothing. So everybody's like, you can just see everything. Like, I can see my neighbors. Like, I can yell at him, like, "Hey, what's up?" Whatever. You know what I mean?
Okay.
He was just say loud.
Did you see personally the defendant kill Marisol?
No, because I was asleep.
You were asleep.
Yes, when that happened.
Okay. And did you wake up that day after it happened?
My sister woke me up.
Who woke you up?
My sister.
Your sister. And what was your sister's emotional state at the time?
When she woke me up, and from the expression of her face, she was scared.
Was she calm or was she agitated?
No, she was kind of like not calm and not like she was just like how can I say it? She was like kind of like scared, like hey, can you go outside? Can you go check something?
Objection, Judge Scarrett.
What's the objection?
Objection that it's based on hearsay.
What is it?
And his interpretation of what she might be speculation. His expression of what she might have been thinking and might have felt at that calls that based on speculation.
Well, that's overruled. He's looking at her. So if we just clean up, ask the question, please.
Yes, sir. Was she upset when she woke you up?
No, she was scared. She was
scared.
Yes.
Was she scared about something that had just happened?
Yes. She didn't know what happened.
Hang on.
Oh my gosh. Objection leading. We know we get it. He's your favorite one. I'm not saying he's not, but oh my gosh, stop it. Vaughn, your mind and my mind think just alike because did you wake up? No, sir, I didn't. I'm asleep right now. Never to wake up again. And this guy keeps laughing when that defense attorney tries to do something. It's hilarious. I don't know if it's nervous laughter or if he's just like, you just keep trying to stop me from answering. I'm just trying to answer your question. But it's so funny. Like, ah.
Sustain, don't lead your witness.
She didn't know I
Hang
had.
on, Rockstar, don't answer until he asks you a question. I just sustain the objection.
What was she scared about?
Something happened outside.
Objection. Based on-
She wanted me to go check it out.
And it's based on speculation.
Your Honor said something happened outside. It's going to be information that you have not to go outside.
Then you need to ask him what she said, and I'll rule on his objection to hearsay.
Your Honor, apologies. What did she tell you?
Objection.
Hey,
Hang on, don't answer yet, Roger.
Hearsay.
What did she tell you?
No, do you have a response to his hearsay objection?
Yes, Your Honor, it's an excited utterance.
Excited utterance is what you're going with? That's over, then you're sustained.
And it was a present sense impression, Your Honor.
That's,
Yes, sir.
your objection's overruled. Now you can answer.
What did she tell you?
Well, still my objection, Judge.
I'm glad.
Even if you say present sense.
What's your objection, counsel? Your legal objection.
Still hearsay is not right of confrontation.
It's overruled. Go ahead, you can answer the question.
she was, hey, Roger, hey, something happened outside, man. Can you go check what happened? And then when I woke up, and she was like, I go, what? I go, something happened outside. Can you go check? And I go, something. And she goes, yeah. And I go, okay. So I got up, I went outside, where the guys were standing. And I went over there and I said, hey, what happened? And just by expression of their face, they were like shocked. Like,
Your objection's overruled. Answer, he's finishing his answer. Now ask another question.
Yes, Your Honor. You testified that they were shocked.
yes.
Can you describe a little bit more about how they were doing at the time? Were they shocked? Were they scared? How were they?
They were like shocked, like they couldn't believe, like,
That's a defense attorney. He's sitting over there like this. Like, and then he's sitting on the edge of his seat, like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Hey, Moon Age. How you doing? Well, I hope I hope this is enjoyable for you because it's been slow. It's been slow. Except for this guy. This guy has spiced it up a little bit because that defense attorney, he's objected and he's moved faster than he has this whole entire trial. But welcome. Oh my goodness. I wish I could understand a lot of what this guy is saying. I hope you guys can understand him better than I can, because to me it sounds like he's eating the microphone.
like something that happened, like they were just like shocked, like they couldn't really like talk. They were just like quiet, like shocked, like. And I was like, hey, what happened? They're like, can we take you to our neighbors and that little shed on the neighbor house? That little shed. We'll take over there. We'll tell you what happened.
And did they?
Well, you're
Yes.
welcome here.
Objection.
We went.
Hang on. Don't
It's
answer the
still
question.
speculation. If you ask me what happened,
What's your legal objection?
speculation at this point, and it would be based on hearsay.
Hearsay is your objection. That is sustained. They can speak for themselves.
Yes, sir.
I love this judge so far. He's not taking crap from either side.
Did the defendant ever tell you what he did to Marisol specifically?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He just told me that he went. He shot her twice.
When did he tell you?
A couple hours. When the accident happened.
A couple hours after, on the same day.
Yes.
So after you went outside and talked to the people outside.
Yes.
You spoke to the defendant.
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak to them in your house or at his house?
No, we spent at my neighbor's house. Me, when I went to go find out, the two guys that were standing there, well, the son and the father took me to the little shed, and
And don't say what they told you at the little shed. when did you see the defendant after all of this happened?
The defendant, like, I say like 3 hours, I guess.
2 hours?
2, 3 hours, 3 hours.
2 or 3 hours?
Mhm.
Where did you see the defendant?
No, when he went to my house, he went to my house.
At your house?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you at your house at that time?
The same thing when he was telling me, anything I was doing right, anything I wasn't doing.
Did he tell you what he did to Marisol Klingelhofer?
Not specifically, not like specifically tell me what he really did to her, but he just told me that like anything I was gonna do that right.
Objection and no response. Okay.
Yeah.
That's overruled.
Did the defendant ever tell you what he did with Miss Klingelhofer's body?
No.
Did the defendant ever threaten you not to tell anyone or go to the police?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That if I would call the police, whatever, it was killing me and my family.
When did he tell you that?
Well, the next day, or I really don't remember, but it was just a day he just told me, and like that's why I never left from my house because I have nephews living there, my sister, and my mom, you know. So I was scared, you know.
That's what it is.
Now, certainly, today that you say,
Nobody wants to ask the witness.
do you remember what time of day that was?
No,
Remember what day it was?
no,
Remember what day of the week it was?
no. I don't even know what time I fell asleep. I don't even know what time I woke up. I don't know what time my sister woke me up. I ain't paying attention to all that.
Did you call the police or make a report of any of that day?
My brother did.
I did not ask. Now, I know you want to say what you want to say. My question was, did you make a report that day?
No, I didn't.
You did.
No, because
My question.
They can ask you questions again, so.
okay.
So you didn't call the police or make a report,
No.
correct?
No,
What about the next day? Did you call the police or make a report?
no,
What about within that week? Did you call the police or make a report?
no.
You don't get it, Stormy. I heard it too. It didn't dawn on me though. It's like a Facebook message, wasn't it? Notification?
Your claim is that there was a threat made to you, correct?
Yeah,
And when that happened, did you call the police or report it?
well, when he claimed me,
Yes,
did I call the police and report it?
yes.
I did it, my brother did.
Well,
Hey, Moon Age, when you go back to watch the beginning to catch up, don't do it when you're sleepy because this defense attorney will put you right. He'll just knock you out. You came in when he was like being active, but now he's back in his seat and he takes forever to ask questions. And it's like, so just be warned. It is night and day difference. The states are like, they're right in there, just boom, boom, boom. And then the defense is like, okay. It's, I don't know. I don't know but I just had to warn you.
I'm sorry, what was that?
My brother's the one that called the police. But it wasn't,
But my question to you, did I ask you what your brother did?
no, I did not
No,
report.
all right. You gotta answer my question.
Okay.
Question was, did you make a report?
No,
I mean, did you make a report?
no.
Oh. Did you ever make any type of written statement to the police in this case?
No.
I thought it was.
I heard the phone that time. I think I've just been
No question. No more
Okay.
questions.
All right, thank you very much, sir. You take care of yourself, all right? Stay
putting
well.
it out.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
You might not be able to do, you might not be able to,
Steakhouse Jeopardy.
might not be able to speed it up with the prosecutors because he talks really fast. He when he gives his opening statements. Sorry, I'm having a dog. My dogs are raiding me. He's really fast. It's break time. I just want you guys to know we are just under 3 hours in, and we are obviously I get it. We're skipping a lot, but we generally don't even do this well. I didn't think we were going to get through today, honestly, because the thing is 7.5 hours. But we're getting ready to approach hour 6. That's so many sidebars and breaks. That they've taken. Sorry, my dog. It's hot outside, so my dog is in here panting. I usually mute you guys.
Have a seat up here.
If you did what they say you
Raise
did,
your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, you can adjust that microphone too, and just make sure you speak into it. Go ahead, state.
Yes, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Joseph Garza,
What do you do for a living?
work for the Bexar County Sheriff's Office,
What is your current job with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
gang unit deputy,
What did you do? Well, how long have you been in Canaan?
3 years.
What did you do before that?
Patrol,
How long were you patrol deputy?
3.5 years,
So that's 6.5 years total?
and then 3.5 in the jail, so
All right.
10 total.
10 total years here in Bexar County. Are you a licensed peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And were you a licensed peace officer working with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office on May 27, 2021?
Yes, sir.
On that date, were you told to be on the lookout for anything specific?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury how that call came in and what you were told to be on the lookout for.
We were told to look out for a maroon vehicle.
And who told you that?
I'm not sure exactly who, but I believe it was a little briefing that we had that they were looking for this maroon vehicle.
A little briefing. Did you have that the same day?
Yes,
What time approximately were you briefed on that?
maybe an hour or so beforehand.
Okay. And what time of day was that?
I'm not sure. If I could revert to the report?
Absolutely. Do you have a copy?
No, sir.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Showing you what I have marked here, states 9. Is that a copy of the report you prepared on May 27, 2021?
Correct, but do you have the front page of the whole thing? Because it was an hour beforehand of the initial stop. That's when I wrote the report.
Oh, okay. One moment.
He must have heard the defense attorney on that last witness. Did you make this? Did you write this? Yeah, it's been like 100 here. It was 102 the other day with the heat index, but it wasn't humid.
Should be right there in your left hand.
coming in now.
Will be the Spears incident summary, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Were these reports prepared by you on that day?
Yes, sir.
Would it assist you in your testimony today to refer to them to refresh your memory as required?
Yes.
I would ask you not to read directly from them, sir. But, you take a moment to look at that report?
Yes, sir.
All right, and do you recall approximately what time that briefing was?
I believe about 4:30.
4:30 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes.
I'm going to cover this one from you and leave you. Do you recall who was at that briefing?
I believe my supervisor at the time,
Who was that?
Sergeant Salinas.
Okay. Besides Sergeant Salinas, was there anyone there from any other law enforcement agency?
Not that I can recall off the top of my head.
Okay. So at this briefing, what were you told?
To look out for a maroon vehicle, SUV.
Were you told that there were any individuals associated with that maroon SUV?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that individual that was associated with that vehicle?
May I refer to my report?
You may.
60 is a little chilly for me, Vaughn, but I would say it is nice and comfortable there. 40 is
It's going
cold.
to be Andres Perez.
Andres. Would you refer to your report one more time and see if that's a hyphenated name?
Andres Tarnava Perez.
No. Okay. So what you had at the time was to look for Andres Tarnava Perez associated with a maroon GMC.
Correct.
All right. So did you ever see that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Where did you see it?
On the actual shoulder 35.
And before we get to the actual stop, what were you instructed to do when you saw that vehicle?
To find PC to pull the vehicle over.
What does that mean?
Probable cause.
Okay. So in layperson speak, what were you looking to do?
Conduct a traffic stop.
Okay. And do you have to find a valid reason to conduct a traffic stop in order to do so?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But when you saw that vehicle driving down the access road of I-35, did you see a valid reason to conduct a traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
What was that reason?
No license plate on the trailer.
In the state of Texas, are drivers who operate on public highways required to display a rear license plate on their trailer?
Yes, sir.
Failing to do so gives you reason to pull them over and conduct a traffic stop.
Yes, sir.
When you pulled this red GMC Yukon over, who was driving?
The defendant, Andres Tarnava Perez.
Is the individual that was driving that red GMC Yukon in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Please point to where he's sitting and identify him by a piece of clothing.
He's gonna wear the black jacket with the striped white and blue striped shirt.
Okay, so you saw the defendant on that day on May 27, 2021.
Yes, sir.
All right, now after you made contact with him and conducted that traffic stop, well, who else was with you?
My partner, Deputy Kalunga.
Okay, did the two of you make contact with the driver?
Yes, sir.
During the course of that traffic stop, did you identify additional violations of Texas law?
Yes.
What violations did you identify?
Tampering with identification number.
Okay,
We're going to object at this time. Can we approach?
Sure, because it's been 5 minutes since you did the last time. Approach away for a whole minute. Yeah, Gabby, I did not see that comment coming at any point in time in my entire life.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Deputy, I'm showing you a series of photographs, State's Exhibits 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Can you please take a look at these and tell me if you recognize what they depict?
Yeah, I haven't even looked to see where we're at because I don't want to know. I'll take it over snow, though.
Yes, sir. The vehicle the defendant was driving.
Okay, and do these fairly accurately depict the vehicle at the time you conducted this traffic stop that we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Let's stay out for State's Exhibits 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
With reference to states 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, we will take based on the hearing that was held outside the presence of the jury on prior occasions.
Okay. All right, objections overruled. State's exhibits numbers 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 inclusive are received in evidence.
May I publish it?
My dog would be horrified with all your storms down there in Florida. She would not live.
And here on States 13, tell the jury what we see.
The maroon vehicle that the defendant was driving.
States 14, what is this?
The vehicle the defendant was driving.
Okay, is this from a different angle?
Yes, sir. Different angle.
States 15,
The vehicle and the trailer.
State 16.
The vehicle and the trailer.
Finally, State 17.
The trailer from the rear.
Understood. After identifying those two violations of Texas law that you referenced earlier, what did you and your fellow deputies do?
Place the defendant under arrest.
Where did you take him?
To Bexar County CID.
What is Bexar County CID?
It's our headquarters where they go into, we hold them for questioning.
Okay. Now, at that time, could you have taken the defendant directly to Bexar County Jail?
Yes, sir.
Why did you take him to CID rather than straight to jail?
For the charge, and also he was a suspect in another crime, possible crime.
Okay. So when you say for the charge, do you mean the violations that you conducted the arrest for?
Yes, sir. For the tampering with the identification number.
Okay. So did you have lawful authority to detain the defendant at that time on those charges?
Yes, sir.
Why did you take him to CID?
For questioning.
Who requested that you take the defendant to CID? So wait, question.
Ranger Bettis.
Where is Bexar County CID located?
200 North Comau.
What else is in that building?
The jail.
Do you work in that building?
No.
After you took the defendant there to CID for questioning, did you remain on location where the defendant was outside the room in which he was being held?
Yes, sir.
Was the defendant able to contact you while he was being held awaiting questioning?
Yes, sir.
Was he able to request water or food, for example?
Yes, sir.
Was he restrained other than not being able to leave the room?
No, sir.
As in, was he shackled and handcuffs the moment?
I don't recall if he was uncuffed or not.
What was the temperature like in that building as you waited for CID to arrive?
If I could guess, 74 degrees.
What were you wearing?
Bulletproof vest with my regular uniform.
Were you comfortable?
Yes, sir.
And to your memory, how long did it take for the Rangers to arrive at CID after you placed the defendant there?
Maybe 2 or 3 hours, I believe.
Were you waiting that entire time as well?
Yes, sir.
As a witness, John.
All right, defense. Sure.
He likes to take people's reports away from them. Let me look at this for a
Officer, is
minute.
this your full report?
Yes, sir.
He's doing it again. I've never seen anybody do that. He's so nonchalant about it and thinking.
You had an opportunity to review it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And more than once?
Once
Have you
today.
reviewed this report more than once?
Yes.
You would review it, right after you wrote it, correct?
Correct.
And, you reviewed it, it's fair to say you reviewed it before you testified to the effect.
Correct.
You review it prior to testifying.
Correct.
Now, it's fair to say that your involvement in this case started on May 27th, 2021.
I don't recall the exact date.
Would it be fair to say it commenced or started the same day that you wrote this report?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your report, which is has been marked, do you recall whether or not you started this report with the briefing that you received?
Can you say that question one more time?
Did you write anything about the briefing?
I
that
didn't.
You received in this report?
I did not.
Now, you're a peace officer, licensed peace officer, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, you have to go to the academy and you take.
I'm sorry, could you repeat
You have
that?
to go to the academy before you become a peace officer, correct?
Correct.
And you take courses or classes with reference to report writing, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you spend quite a bit of time with report writing based on the fact that sometimes you have to use this report to refresh your recollection even 2, 3, 4 years after an incident, correct?
Correct.
So in this case, it's fair to say that your report makes no mention about the briefing that you had earlier on this case.
Correct.
Correct. Now, do you recall where that briefing occurred?
I believe it's off of 35 and 1604 gas station.
Was it a certain building, do you remember the building that it happened?
It was in the parking lot.
It was in a parking lot?
Correct.
And Do you remember approximately how many other officers were at this briefing?
I do not.
Were there more than 5 people?
I don't recall.
Less than 5 people?
I'm not sure.
You remember you were there, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you had a partner, somebody working with you.
Correct.
Okay. Your partner was there.
Correct.
Any corporals that you remember being there? Any corporals or sergeants?
Sergeant Salinas, as like I stated earlier.
No, he was in there. 3. Any other personnel from the sheriff's department that you remember?
Those 2 I stated
Those are the only 2.
that I recall.
What about Texas Rangers?
I don't recall them being at the briefing.
How were you, do you recall how you were actually notified of the briefing?
My supervisor,
Okay, and who was that?
Sergeant Salinas.
Okay, so that communication was given you by telephone call, radio, dispatch, how did you receive that information?
I believe cell phone.
Okay, so you believe you got a call on the cell phone
Correct.
from the sergeant?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you were given a time when to appear. Is that fair to say?
I believe we got called in that day.
I'm sorry,
We got called in,
when you say call in, is that inferring that you were off that day?
not necessarily off, but not my regular duty hours.
Okay. So did you get called in earlier than you would normally be working that day, or was it after your hours that you would be relieved of your duties to go home?
Early.
Okay, so you got called in early. Is that something that being called in early for a certain task, is that something that happens all the time?
In my unit, yes.
So it was nothing unusual about being called in early?
No.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the briefing?
I believe it was about an hour before the stop.
So what time was the stop?
Can I refer to my report? I need,
Yeah.
Maybe
I
that's
believe
his
that one has it.
way
It's
of
the
getting
one
it
that
back.
the prosecutor.
Renee, I always say that attorneys are allergic to microphones because they can never use them. But this guy keeps moving away. He's got, I think they have a couple sitting on the table because one's not even facing. Just pick it up.
To see whether it refreshes your recollection.
About 4:30.
About 4:30. So if the stop occurred around 4:30, then the briefing was probably somewhere around maybe 3:30.
No, the stop was at 5:36. The briefing's at 4:30.
Okay, the briefing's at 4:30, stop is around 5:30.
Correct.
Correct. Now, who, if you recall, was there a designated person that was actually giving this briefing?
My sergeant, Sergeant Salinas.
So the sergeant gave the briefing.
Correct.
And was your sergeant that indicated what you would be on the lookout for?
Correct.
Were you assigned a certain area to go to look for, say, this vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So was it your sergeant that assigned you to certain area, to certain location?
Yes, sir.
And what location was it?
I don't recall the exact location. I know it's off of 35 somewhere.
So it's fair to say that you were told or instructed to go to a certain location to look for a certain vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And
No, I would. And
I believe your testimony was that you were instructed by, was it your sergeant, to find probable cause?
I believe every traffic stop we find probable cause.
So my question to you, or was it your testimony earlier that your sergeant instructed you with reference to this vehicle to find probable cause?
Correct. Correct.
So is it fair to say that in terms of being part of your instruction was to locate the vehicle if you saw it?
Correct.
Correct. And then once you saw the vehicle, then you were instructed to find a reason to stop.
Correct.
Correct. Now that type of instruction in terms of stopping the vehicle, is that the way you're trained in the academy to locate a vehicle first and then find a reason to stop? Is that how you taught in the academy?
In this situation,
No, my question to you, is that how you're instructed in the academy to locate a vehicle and then find a reason to stop?
no.
So in this case, you're waiting, you're at a specific location and you're waiting, and eventually the subject vehicle comes within view, correct?
Correct.
Now, as the vehicle comes within view, are you and the vehicle facing the same direction when you first see it? Are you out of side view, or are you looking at it from the front as you approach? Which one?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, your reports, does it reflect in any way, shape, or form how or what direction the vehicle was coming?
No. May I refresh my memory?
I think he's trying to refresh his memory.
Did it refresh your recollection?
A little bit.
Okay. So, direction, were you out in the same direction, or was the vehicle coming towards you when you first saw it?
It didn't specify my report. I don't recall.
No. Okay. So eventually, you stop the vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
You're in the vehicle with your partner?
Yes, sir.
What's your partner's name?
Deputy Kalunga.
He was at the briefing, correct?
Correct.
We received the same briefing that you received.
Correct.
So in the briefing, were you instructed in terms of what to do if you located the vehicle?
Yes.
And your instruction was to vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever given any instructions in terms of arresting the person that was driving?
No.
Ever giving instructions with reference to if there was an infraction that was arrestable, that you should arrest?
Yes.
And this is instructions given to you by your sergeant?
Correct.
Any instructions by your sergeant or anybody else in terms of if there was an arrestable infraction and that person was taken under arrest, what should you do with that person?
Not that I recall.
I want to say what you should do with it in terms of whether he should be, say, processed or held at CID. Did anyone instruct you in terms of what you should do at that point?
Not that I recall.
No. So, with reference to once this person is arrested, and you charge them with something, then you would normally take this person to the Bexar County, right?
Correct.
And did someone give you different instructions, not to just take them to the Bexar County jail, but to take them to somewhere specific in the jail other than just booking?
To see, what was the question? Sorry.
Were you instructed to take my client to somewhere else other than just to have him booked into the jail?
Yes.
Okay. Who gave you those instructions?
I do not recall.
When were those instructions given?
After he was placed under arrest.
So he was arrested, and do you recall that if you testified that you received some instructions, was it instructions that were given to you personal by someone that came out to the scene, or was it something that was given to you over your radio or call on the cell phone?
I don't recall.
You don't remember?
No, sir.
Once you and your partner stopped my client's vehicle, were other officers called out to the scene?
I believe they just showed up. No.
I'm sorry?
No.
No. Anybody else, like Texas Rangers, anybody else show up at the scene? Or whether the car was stopped, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Did you call them to alert them that you had stopped this vehicle or had somebody in custody, or they just happened to be passing by the roadway?
They showed up.
They showed up. You didn't call?
Not that I recall.
You could, just don't remember?
Not that I recall.
Imagine the jury, how tuned out they are right now.
At the scene, but the vehicle was stopped.
Repeating the same thing
You
over.
remember how many officers arrived at that scene? Once you and your partner stopped this vehicle, you remember how many other officers, or when I say officers, troopers or rangers, how many came to that location?
If I recall correctly, I believe 2.
Two. And you were instructed to take him to, were you instructed at that time to take him to CID?
Not that I recall.
Not that you recall. When do you recall receiving instructions to take my client to CID?
I believe after trying to find the identification number, which we could not locate, he was under arrest. And we decided to see if auto theft would want to talk to him about it.
I'm sorry, you said we decided what?
Auto theft to talk to him?
Oh, okay, so your testimony is that you charged him and you've taken him down and you decided to let him take the CID for auto theft?
Correct.
And those instructions to do that wasn't by a sergeant, that's something you came up with?
No.
Okay, who instructed you to take him to CID for auto theft?
Like I said earlier, I don't recall.
I'm sorry?
I do not recall.
You don't recall that? So who, did you transport my client?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you stopped his vehicle, you said around 5:30 at the afternoon, correct?
Correct.
What time did you get down to the Bexar County jail?
I don't recall.
Would it be reflected anywhere in your reports?
Not sure, but can I refresh my memory if it is in there? No.
No. So would it have been like maybe an hour later, 2 hours later? Yeah,
I don't recall.
you don't recall. So you take my client down to the jail, and you don't take him to be booked, correct?
Correct.
And that's a decision you said that you made, not the booking, but to take him to CID.
I don't recall saying that.
Oh. You took him when he got to the jail. Did you take him to be booked?
No.
What did you do?
We went to CID.
Did you at that point make arrangement with some detective in CID to talk to him?
I don't recall.
You don't recall it?
No, sir.
Is that reflected in your report?
Not that I recall. Can I check?
Sure. Is it reflected anywhere in your report?
No, sir.
Do I have any paint we can watch dry? Because it'd be more exciting than this dude.
Once you arrive at CID, it's fair to say that during the transportation part of it, my client, he's in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
And once he gets into the jail where you are, he's not free to leave, correct?
Correct.
He's still in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
So at that point, is he placed into a room?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's one of the CID interview rooms?
Yes, sir.
Now, once he's placed in the CID interview room, at this point, can you call the detectives from RFF to talk to him?
No, I met with the sergeant down there,
Okay, you met with what sergeant?
Sergeant Mahon,
Okay, and what division is he a part
homicide.
of? So your testimony is that you took him to CID to have him interviewed by a auto theft detective, correct?
Correct.
But that doesn't happen, or does that happen?
No,
No. But you do recall talking to a homicide detective, correct?
sergeant.
Sorry, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you seek that sergeant out, or did he just kind of find you in terms of a possible interview?
Can you rephrase that question?
Who initiated the conversation? Did you see that sergeant, you go find him, or did he find you?
That was their office.
The CID office
Yes, sir.
was a homicide CID office?
It's in the same building at that time.
It's the same building, correct? It's the same area in the same room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my question is that, did you seek out, you look for the sergeant, the homicide sergeant to talk to my client, or did you seek a auto theft detective to talk to him?
He ran into me.
Or he ran into you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he ran into you, and did you initiate a conversation with him, or did he initiate a conversation with you?
Initiated with me.
He initiated a conversation with you.
Correct.
My client is in the room, correct?
Correct.
And I believe your testimony, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, your testimony was that my client was placed in the room, and he was in that room until either officers or detectives met with him, correct?
Correct.
What time frame was it? How long was he in the room, the CID room, before he was either approached or seen by detectives? What type of time frame?
I don't recall the exact time.
Is it in your notes here?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, this room is he free to walk out the room?
No, sir.
No. Okay. And was he placed in this room more than an hour?
Yes.
Now, where were you stationed? Were you stationed on the outside of the room, or were you inside the room with him?
Outside the room.
Were you like guarding the door, or what was your function or your duties at this point?
Standing by until an investigator spoke to him.
Okay. So at this point,
This guy's awful.
what investigators are we talking about? Are we talking about homicide investigators, or are we talking about auto theft investigators?
To speak with him?
I'm sorry?
Is that your question?
Okay. When you said you were standing by, waiting until the investigators had an opportunity to talk to you, right?
Correct.
Are we talking about homicide investigators, or are we talking about the auto theft investigators?
I'm not sure. It's above me.
It's above you.
Correct.
Okay. But you testified that you brought him down, correct? To and you place him in the CID room, correct?
Correct.
Based on whose instructions?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Now, it's fair to say that typically if you have someone under arrest, there's a booking process, correct?
Correct.
And in the jail, there's also a magistration process, correct?
Correct.
And you have, fair to say that you have judges that are actually in that building 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to give an arrested person their rights and to magistrate them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In the booking process, they're booked, it's fair to say that they're booked, and then they go see the magistrate judge, correct?
Correct.
They give them their rights, correct?
Correct.
So in this case, that didn't happen, correct?
Correct.
Instead, you have a person locked in a room, and you said it was, what, more than an hour? What about 2 hours? More than 2 hours?
Possibly.
Okay. More than 3 hours?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. More than 4 hours? You don't recall it?
Correct.
Could have been 5 hours, you just don't recall.
Correct.
Your testimony is that even if it was 5 hours, it is fair to say you stayed at the front door to by that door that was locked. You stayed at that door the whole time?
Correct.
Didn't move, correct?
Correct.
During that period of time, say it's 4 hours, 5 hours, how many times during that period of time did you check on the my client?
I don't recall.
You don't recall it. Now, you testified on direct examination that you were in uniform with body armor on, those types of things, and the conditions were comfortable.
Correct.
Correct. Wasn't too hot. Correct.
There one.
Wasn't too cold. Correct.
Correct.
Say there's something wrong with the arrest, but I mean, just say
Did
there.
you ever check the conditions in the room where my client was?
No.
No. How big a room were we talking about? Big as this courtroom?
His room?
Yeah, the room that he was in. How big was it?
Not sure.
You're not
They're
sure.
not big. We
It
don't
wasn't the size of the courtroom. Correct.
Correct.
What about half the size?
No.
Well, maybe, what about a fourth of this courtroom? Not as big as that.
Not sure.
You're not sure.
You ready?
I don't recall.
Pretext stops. I'd like to talk to you about that.
Thank the Lord.
Just for a second. You told the jury that you were looking to perform a pretext stop, correct?
Correct.
When you're doing that, looking for a car, can you just pull them over for no reason?
No, sir.
All right, do you have to find a valid traffic violation in order to pull somebody over?
Correct.
No matter why you're pulling them over, you still have to find a valid traffic violation.
Yes, sir.
Did you find one in this case?
Yes, sir.
When you pull somebody over for a traffic violation, is every violation of the law of the sort that you can arrest them for?
Yes, sir.
Well, for example, if somebody's pulled over for doing a 5 over, are you able to just arrest them and take them downtown?
No.
Okay, you have to find a violation that allows for an arrest before you can arrest somebody, right?
Correct.
Did you in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you mentioned CID a number of times. What does CID stand for?
CID is Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay, is that the detectives?
Correct.
All right, and Mr. Cox made a pretty thorough line of inquiry about the potential of you going to auto theft CID rather than homicide CID, right?
Correct.
In this case, why did you think at the time that auto theft CID might be the appropriate detectives?
Due to the crime.
Okay, the nature of the charge that you arrested him for.
Correct.
And you didn't and it was not until, well, was Sergeant Mayhem the first individual from homicide to approach you about this individual?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you placed the defendant in that room in CID, did you enter the room with him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you notice anything off about the room when you opened the door and sat him down?
No, sir.
And you testified that you were there outside the room the entire time.
Correct.
If he banged on the door or needed anything or asked for anything, would you have been there?
Yes, sir.
Would you have answered?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Please let him go. Oh, come on. You should have already known if you had a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care of yourself now, will you? Next witness.
Excuse me and went out.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Texas Ranger Jesse Pettis.
Oh, well, you don't have to stop at Texas Ranger because they just told you it's Texas Ranger. Last witness of the day. She's like, oh, I might have some questions. Let me move that microphone away from me a little bit further. Oh, my phone's charging. I bet it's his phone going off. Checking his phone. That's how you saw a Texas Ranger right there. Stop. But he takes it all the way up to the sternum. I love it. I love it. Like I've heard of him. But North is always right.
Just sit down and get coffee first, all right?
Yes, sir.
All your stuff.
Move some of this stuff, Judge.
Get that to the court.
Here you go, man.
I want you to try. Ooh. I love it.
Mind if I put this here?
No, you're fine there.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see.
I want to see him try to take
Good.
this
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, thank you, sir. Move that microphone closer if you need to. These folks need to hear you. Nice, state.
Yes, Your Honor. Please, the court. Good afternoon, Ranger.
Afternoon.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Sure.
Well, he's going through all his introductions that are going to take a year. I need to go put my stuff in the washer in the dryer. So I keep forgetting and I need to go do that. Or I'm going to not have a happy person in either myself or my spouse in the morning. So I will be right back.
My name is Jesse Pettis. I'm a Texas Ranger with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Ranger, how long have you been with the Rangers?
I got promoted to Texas Rangers in February of 2021.
What law enforcement agency, if any, did you belong to prior to becoming a Texas Ranger?
Sure. Got about 15 years of prior law enforcement experience. Belonged to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. Started my career off there in 2009. After that, I went to work for the city of New Braunfels as a patrolman, and then I joined the ranks of Texas DPS Trooper in 2015.
And DPS stands for what, Ranger?
Texas Department of Public Safety.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this, Ranger. Because I think we've all heard of the term Texas Ranger, but what are your duties as a Texas Ranger?
Sure. Texas Rangers conduct major and special criminal investigations, primarily crimes against persons. Some of those offenses would include murder, sexual assault, robbery, officer-involved shootings, public corruption, officer misconduct.
And you mentioned murder being one of the things you investigate.
That's correct.
During your time with the Rangers, or in the 15 years of your law enforcement experience, would you say that you've had occasion to investigate many murders, a few murders? How many?
I couldn't provide an exact number, but I've been involved in prior murder investigations.
Fair enough. And is that, as part of your Ranger duties, is that throughout the state of Texas?
Correct. Texas Rangers have statewide jurisdiction. We're assigned to a company, but it's not uncommon that we travel the state to assist city, county, and state and federal agencies with criminal investigations.
Did you were you employed with the Texas Rangers on or about April of 2021?
I was.
And did you have occasion around May of that same year to become involved in the investigation into the murder and disappearance of a victim by the name of Marisol Klingelhofer?
That's correct.
Ranger, can you sort of tell us how is it that the Rangers first became involved in this case?
I believe the originating agency that originated a missing person investigation was the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
And did they forward the information up to the Rangers?
So I believe the information was provided to the Ranger Division, my partner, Texas Ranger Brett Peters, and I believe they requested assistance with the investigation.
Is that something that happens often?
Yes, one of our primary goals is to assist other agencies with criminal investigations.
So nothing unusual that would happen in this case?
No, sir.
You mentioned Ranger Brett Peters as your partner.
Correct.
Let me ask you this, Ranger Pettis. Were you the lead investigator in this case?
I was not.
Do you recall how you personally became involved on the case?
Ranger Peters requested assistance with the investigation.
And why is that?
I believe basically due to the area where the investigation was being conducted, and then also I believe there was some Spanish-speaking subjects involved in criminal investigation, and I'm a bilingual Texas Ranger and commonly requested to assist with investigations.
Let's talk about the area first, Ranger Pettis. Why would you be a go-to person when we're speaking about the area where this is all alleged to have happened?
Sure. I was born and raised in San Antonio, Bexar County, Texas. Most of my law enforcement career has been in the Central Texas area, to include when I was a state trooper prior to promoting. My state trooper duties were in the Atascosa, Bexar County region.
So did Ranger Peters maybe think that you might
There's a call for speculation.
Let him finish the question next time you object, but that's sustained.
So why do you think Ranger Peters asked you to step into this investigation?
I don't know.
Again, call for speculation.
That's sustained.
Fair enough. Did he ever communicate to you why?
Not a specific reason. I believe, like I said, the translation to the Spanish-speaking involved parties, I guess.
Okay, so let's talk about that as well, Ranger Pettis. Your Spanish-speaking abilities. You mentioned you're bilingual.
That's correct.
Are you a native speaker?
Yes, I speak Spanish, fluent Spanish, correct.
Have you spoken Spanish your whole life?
Yes.
Is it something that you are certified for with the Texas Rangers?
Texas Department of Public Safety certifies me, yes, sir.
Does it allow you to use your language skills as part of your job duties as a Texas Ranger?
That's correct.
In other words, are you allowed to talk to witnesses, interpret what they're saying, use it in your investigation?
Correct.
And are those services that you provided during the course of this case?
Correct.
Okay, so Ranger Pettit, you became involved in the investigation. Do you remember more or less, chronologically speaking, timeline-wise, what the first thing that you did when you picked up the case?
One of the first things that Ranger Peters requested during the course of his investigation, he was working alongside with several agencies. One of the very first things that he requested was some.
Question: what did he do? Not what somebody would think about.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
One of the very first things that I was tasked with was doing some aerial surveillance, I believe, on this investigation.
Aerial surveillance?
Correct.
And what are we talking about when we were discussing aerial surveillance?
He had, during the course of his investigations, he had identified numerous locations.
Still speculation on it. He's talking about what some other officer did, Judge. My position is that's hearsay.
Your answering questions are based on what you did pertaining to what other officers did.
Correct, Judge.
Okay, that's overruled. Ask the question again.
Yes, sir, you may start.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Yes, sir. Aerial investigations. What did you do as part of your aerial investigation?
Correct. During the initial phase, I would say, of the investigation, Ranger Peters requested that I assist with some aerial surveillance of numerous locations within the Bexar County and I believe it was Medina County areas.
Do you remember any specific addresses that were requested to be aerially surveyed?
Correct. I believe there was 3 total addresses, and you want the verbatim address, sir?
If you can.
Sure.
Yes.
Myself and Texas DPS Special Agent Nava were requested to conduct some surveillance at.
Objection. The witness appears to be reading from a document that's not in evidence.
Let's overrule. Go ahead.
Special Agent Nava and I conducted some surveillance in the 1100 block. I believe it's 11125 Fowler Road, Atascosa, Bexar County, Texas was one address. Another address that was requested to conduct surveillance was 18407 Lucky Road, Atascosa, Bexar County, Texas. And the final address was 1387 Farm to Market Road, 471 North in Castroville, Medina County, Texas.
Are these addresses, Ranger Perez, that came to the knowledge of law enforcement as potentially being relevant to the investigation into the murder and disappearance of Marisol Klingelhofer?
That's correct.
And that's why you went out there and surveilled?
Correct.
While you were surveilling these things from the air, do you remember if you were in an aircraft or what kind of equipment was being used?
Sure. I requested assistance from United States Customs and Border Protection Aircraft Division here in San Antonio. And I believe the aircraft that we utilized was a helicopter through CBP. We boarded in a helicopter and we conducted aerial surveillance on those locations.
And you were personally present in the helicopter?
I was inside of the helicopter, yes, sir.
So you physically laid eyes on these locations?
Correct. Due to the height that we're at, we utilize surveillance equipment, which would include cameras and computer screens within the aircraft.
And that was done in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Now, to refresh my recollection, Raymond Peters, you mentioned that 2 of those addresses were in Bexar County.
Correct.
And that was the Fowler address?
Correct. One of the locations is on Fowler Road, and the other location, I believe, is Lucky Road.
Okay. Now, you were explaining to us how this is near the town of Atascosa, but it's still inside Bexar County.
That's correct.
Okay. Are you very familiar with this area?
I am.
Are you familiar with Google Maps?
Yes, sir.
You've used it before?
I have.
Fair enough. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you 3 exhibits, Ranger Pettit. The first one is State's Exhibit number 19, that has already been admitted into evidence. But I would also like to show you number 18 and number 20. Would you kindly take a look? First, let's start with, I guess let's go chronologically. Let's start with 18. Can you recognize what 18 depicts?
Yes, sir. State Exhibit 18 is a photocopy photograph of Bexar County. It's surrounded by some dotted lines showing the jurisdiction of Bexar County, Texas.
And to your knowledge, is it a fair and accurate depiction of Bexar County as you understand it to be?
Correct.
What about stage number 19?
State Exhibit 19 appears to be the same map, a closer view, I guess, showing the outskirts of Loop 1604. There's also a red dot down here showing the location.
And this is the exhibit that was previously admitted into evidence, right? That red dot, Ranger, whereabout is it, if you know?
It's southern southwest Bexar County.
Okay. Is that one of the areas that you surveilled while you were aboard that helicopter?
That's correct.
Okay. And what about states number 20?
State Exhibit 20 is a zoomed in version of Southwest Bexar County. Dictates Interstate 35. It's got the two specific addresses on here. Fowler Road address and a Lucky Road address. And also the town of Lytle and Somerset and Von Army are shown on this photograph.
Fair and accurate depiction of what the image shows,
That's correct.
to your knowledge.
Correct.
And you described for us Fowler Road and Lucky Road, and those are the two addresses that you surveyed.
That's correct.
Now, you told us that you had used Google Maps before.
I have, yes, sir.
Is it possible in Google Maps to enter two addresses and then have the software, I guess, the program, plot a course between the two addresses?
Sure.
Like give you driving directions, basically.
Sure.
Does that appear to have happened on states number 20?
It's showing yes, the State Exhibit 20 is showing a distance and a time frame it appears to take between these two locations.
Have you personally driven those roads before?
I have driven on those roads, yes.
Would you assess that based on your experience and having driven those roads, that's about accurate?
It's an approximation, yes, sir.
Fair enough. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer into evidence states number 18 and 20, entering to opposing counsel for inspection.
Is he going to object or accept? Because it's hard to say. One. You have to have a sidebar?
No, 18 and 20. I think you would have gone by that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Ranger, with reference to states exhibit number 20 and 18, did you prepare these maps yourself?
Can you repeat the question one more time, counsel?
Prepare these maps?
I did not, no, sir.
And do you work for Google?
I do not, sir.
Seriously. Okay.
And it's fair to say you did not do any measurements or anything else reference to these maps?
I did not, no, sir.
They could be accurate, they could be off a little, correct? From your purpose, I mean, you didn't do any studies on these maps to say, well, this is correct based on this, correct?
I have not, no, sir.
And you didn't, for your testimony here, you didn't go to locations and time it, or when your vehicle map it out in terms of how many miles from one place to the other, correct?
I have not, no, sir.
Now I will object to 26, number 20 and 18, based on the fact that the state has not established proper credit for the admission.
Okay, that's overruled. States 18 and 20 are received in evidence.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Sure.
And Judge,
Look on maps. You're not going to win that.
Okay, Ranger FedEx, let me put it up on the projector here, if I may, sir. When we were talking about states exhibit number 18, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're seeing on 18?
Sure. State Exhibit 18 appears to be a photocopy of a map. Appears to show the Bexar County jurisdictional lines that are indicated by red dots. The surrounding counties around it, the surrounding towns around it. There's also, I believe, a yellow star in the middle of San Antonio, and then also Six Flags, yes, Texas has a logo in the general area where it's located.
And Ranger FedEx, is the red line what you described for me when I was holding it up for you before it was introduced? This dotted red line around the picture?
Correct.
Okay. Let's jump now to the...
Yes, I believe that I will have time to do it right after this. You're just going to have to give me a minute to set it up because I can't leave this studio to go set it up, or it's going to, I don't think I can leave. If I leave, I think I'll leave all of you. But yes, we should get done with this. He has about 20 minutes left. And then there's a
So we usually
sidebar.
admitted exhibit and state's exhibit number 19.
We don't
What are
have
we
to.
seeing there?
The state exhibit 19 appears to be, like I said, a zoom-in version of the same possible map. It's also got a red dot that's showing a location within southwest Bexar County between the towns of Somerset, Von Army, and Lytle, Texas.
Is it possible, Ranger Pettis, I have 18 and 19 both kind of juxtaposed on this projector. Is it possible to make out any major towns or cities near that red dot within Bexar County?
Yes, sir.
And what are those towns?
On State Exhibit 19, you can see the towns of Lacoste, Lytle, Von Army, McDonough, Somerset, Lasoya, Elmendorf, also on the same State Exhibit 18 as well.
And let me point over here to the bottom left of 19 and the bottom left of 18. Is that Lytle?
That is Lytle, Texas, yes, sir.
Is Lytle outside of Bexar County?
I believe Lytle is actually within 3 counties. Lytle is one of those towns that has jurisdiction in Bexar County, Medina County, and Atascosa County.
Now, Ranger Pettis, on 18, I want to point one down here. Does that say Atascosa?
It says Atascosa, yes.
You were describing for us during the questioning, Ranger Pettis, that Atascosa, while called Atascosa, is actually in Bexar County.
Correct. I mean, Atascosa might be a dual county, just like Lytle is a tri-county area. But to the best of my recollection here, Atascosa is within Bexar County. Now, Atascosa is a town, which is commonly referred to as Atascosa County, which is south. But there, Atascosa is in the Bexar County jurisdictional map.
And is that fairly inaccurately depicted on States 18?
Correct.
Okay, now let's jump to States 20. What are we looking at on States 20?
The State Exhibit 20 appears to be a further zoomed in map showing 2 locations that were identified earlier. They show Interstate 35, which runs through southwest Bexar County into Lytle, Texas. Also shows the town of Somerset, Von Army. Also Farm to Market Road 2790, which kind of runs east to west in southern Bexar County, Atascosa County.
Okay, let me kind of juxtapose it again with States 18. Do we see the town of Lytle on both 18 and 20?
That's correct.
Okay. So both of these addresses inside Bexar County.
Correct.
Ranger Pettit, as a part of your duties in this case, did you also interview witnesses?
I did interview some people, yes.
Do you remember what witnesses you interviewed?
Specifically, I remember speaking with a young man named Carlos. They referred to him as Carlitos, I believe.
Okay, so specifically you recall talking to a Carlitos?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember where that took place?
I believe it was at the Fowler Road location.
Okay. And do you remember the date, more or less? More specifically, if you can.
It was during this time frame within May. I believe it was the same day that the search warrant was executed.
Okay. So that same day that the search warrant is executed, you spoke to Carlitos at the Fowler Road address.
Correct.
Do you remember if Carlitos gave you a written statement?
He provided a written statement, yes.
Okay. Did you speak to any other witnesses?
Alongside, I accompanied Ranger Peters and the other investigators while they spoke to several people, yes.
Now you mentioned the execution of a search warrant. What locations was the search warrant given to search?
I believe Ranger Peters obtained 2 or 3 search warrants. One of them, it was the Fowler Road location and the Lucky Road location. And also, I believe you got a search warrant for a vehicle.
Yes, that's right. Okay. So several search warrants.
Correct.
Were you present the day that those warrants were executed?
I was.
And you just told us that, or you talked to Carlitos?
Correct.
That's okay. When you guys went out to those locations, do you remember what you were looking for?
Any kind of evidence relevant to the offense of murder.
What sort of things?
That would be any kind of ballistic evidence, biological evidence, DNA, blood, body parts, anything that can be used to commit the offense of murder. Also electronic surveillance systems, any kind of electronic data that might have captured the offense or to locate witnesses.
Do you remember if you found anything?
At the Fowler Road location, a pretty extensive search was conducted, and we located what we believed after the medical examiner arrived was human bones.
Okay, so some human remains.
Correct.
Where were these located, if you remember?
In the rear portion of the yard, within a burn area, I believe.
A burn area.
Correct.
Can you describe what you mean by that? What is a burn area?
Correct. This area was initially observed during the aerial surveillance in the rear portion of the Fowler Road location. It appeared to be a large burn pit, which is common out in the rural areas. People go and they burn things. Large circular, while on scene, just large debris fields that had been burnt. You can tell that previously there was active fire there due to the ongoing heat, the debris there. And also I believe there were some burn barrels, which are common 55-gallon style barrels.
A burn barrel?
Correct.
And what are burn barrels used for, as the name might imply? But what is a burn barrel used for?
Well, I mean, a barrel can be used for numerous things, but in prior investigations, I've seen 55-gallon style barrels used to burn items. Also to storage items, liquids, or any other kind of debris.
And that's where the what was believed to be the human remains, the bones, were located.
I can't tell you exactly where they were located, but I believe, like I said, something was located there.
Okay. Were you able to recover any shell casings?
Personally, I did not recover. I believe some fire cartridges were located.
Okay. And do you remember the caliber of those shell casings that were recovered?
They were smaller caliber, I believe 25 caliber.
Okay. At some point, while the search warrant was being executed, do you remember if you or Ranger Peters were notified of any vehicles that were arriving to the area?
I'm not sure if it was during the process of the search warrant or prior to executing the search warrant, but we were notified of the suspect vehicle involved in the investigation, yes.
Let me ask you that, Ranger. That is, at this time that the search warrant was applied for and granted, was there a suspect or a person of interest that law enforcement might have been looking for or looking at?
Correct. There was I guess you'd say suspect. There was a suspect, and there was a suspect vehicle that was associated with the criminal investigation.
And do you recall what that vehicle was?
I believe it was a maroon GMC Yukon, or a larger style SUV. Older model, wasn't fairly new.
And what about the suspect? Do you recall who that was?
Correct.
Who was that?
It was a young man named Andres, and I might say the last name Tarnava.
Okay. So Andres Tarnava, red GMC style Yukon.
Correct.
Okay. And you were telling us that at some point, you don't remember if it was before the execution of the warrant or during, you received information that that person in that vehicle had been spotted?
Correct.
Did the Rangers give any orders or send out any calls as to what should happen to that vehicle?
We were working in conjunction with multiple agencies, and this information was shared with all agencies involved. And the patrol units, I believe they might have been a specialized unit within the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. We had surveillance within the area. So the vehicle was not at the location, I believe. The vehicle was located, and I believe a probable cause traffic stop was conducted on the vehicle.
Did you ever personally make the location of that traffic stop?
Eventually, I ended up going to the traffic stop location, yes.
Did you have occasion to talk to any deputies that were involved in that stop?
I briefly spoke with some deputies at the traffic stop location, yes.
Do you remember their names?
One of the deputies was Deputy Garza. I can't remember the first names, but another one was Deputy Kalunga. And I think I don't recall the third deputy. I want to say there was 3 deputies there.
Fair enough. When you arrived, was the suspect, Andres Tarnava, present at the traffic stop?
He was.
Did you have occasion to talk to him at that time?
I don't recall if I went to introduce myself and speak with him.
But you do remember seeing him there?
I believe he was detained in the back of a police car, yes.
Do you know if Andres Tarnava was transported anywhere from that traffic stop?
He was.
Where was he transported to?
He was taken to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office located at 200 North Kamau.
Here in Bexar County?
That's correct.
Okay. While that was going on, what did you do after that happened, after he was taken?
After they relocated Andres from the traffic stop location, I went back to, I want to say it was the Fowler Road location, and I was tasked by Ranger Peters to do numerous things out there, execution of the search warrant.
Did you ever go out to the Lucky Road location?
Eventually, I think I did go out to the Lucky Road location.
That same day?
I don't recall if it was the same day because this was a multi-day operation, I believe.
Okay. What about you told us that a search warrant was acquired for the search of the vehicle.
Correct.
Was that the same day?
I believe the vehicle was transported to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, and I believe a brief search of the vehicle was also conducted that day.
Did the Rangers partake in this search, to your knowledge?
Yes, the Rangers did. Like I said, it was multiple agencies, but we were involved in the search of the vehicle as well.
And again, what were you trying to locate?
Any kind of evidence pertaining to the missing person, any kind of ballistic evidence, biological evidence to include blood, DNA, hair fibers.
At that point in time, based on everything that the Rangers knew, that the law enforcement knew, did you have occasion to believe that that red vehicle would be relevant?
Yes.
And of course, we're talking about the relevancy towards the murder and disappearance of Marisol Klingelhofer.
That's correct.
Do you remember if during the search of that vehicle, anything of relevance was found?
I recall some abnormal stains were located, or some kind of stains were located in the rear cargo area of the vehicle.
Why were these stains abnormal to you?
Due to the location, and I believe some intelligence during the course of the investigation, were that the body was moved in that vehicle.
Did you see stains that might be consistent with blood?
There was some stains that were suspicious, yes.
And what happens during the course of an investigation when a ranger or a law enforcement agent uncovers, let's say, floor mats that might contain blood? What happens?
A further crime scene process occur, the collection of the evidence. At that point, depending on the lead ranger's whatever he wants to do with it, as far as process it there or send it off to a criminal laboratory for further processing.
Do you know if that occurred in this case?
I believe so.
Okay. But it might be Ranger Peters that knows more about that as the lead investigator, right?
Correct.
Okay. How long after you had seen Ranger Peters, after you had seen Tarnava in the back of the squad car when he was transported to Bexar County, about how long after did you see him again?
I couldn't tell you an exact number. I would estimate several hours due to us being tasked with executing search warrants at multiple locations and in the vehicle. It was at least several hours, I know that.
And if I were to throw out a number of 4 or 5 hours, would you have any reason to doubt?
That's a fair and accurate yes. I would say at least 4 hours.
Okay. And during that time, remind us what rangers were doing and investigators.
Well, we were doing a lot. After the traffic stop location, the search warrants were executed at both locations, crime scene processing to include photographing, locating witnesses. And then in this case, on the downside, it started, nightfall happened. We started losing sunlight. And that can be bad for crime scene processing. So we ran into losing sunlight. They were large properties. There were several people at the properties, I believe. There's a lot that goes into processing a scene and executing a search warrant.
Was it the intention, or your intention, or the intention of the Rangers to go talk to Andres Tarnava at the jail?
Yes, sir.
And I guess the best way to ask is the wait, the 4-hour wait, was that done intentionally as a sort of like investigative tactic or interrogation tactic or anything along those lines?
No, sir.
Why did it take 4 hours?
There was a lot to do at both locations. On top of that, prior to speaking with someone, you want to look at the evidence that you've uncovered through witnesses or any kind of evidence that you receive or learn about during your crime scene processing at the locations.
So about 4 hours later, did you have the occasion to talk to Andres Tarnava in an interview room at the Bexar County facility?
Correct. Ranger Peters, myself, and a Bexar County Sheriff's Office detective eventually made it to the Sheriff's Office and entered an interview room.
You mentioned Ranger Peters was with you, and who else?
It was a Bexar County Sheriff's Office missing persons unit detective. I believe the young man's name was Arevalo.
Is it customary, Ranger Pettis, when an interview of a suspect takes place, for that interview to be recorded?
Correct.
And is it the practice of the Texas Rangers, when a suspect is going to be interviewed in custody, to read him or her their Miranda rights?
That's correct.
Was that done in this case?
It was.
Have you had an opportunity, Ranger Pettis, to review Andres Tarnava's interview video?
I did review some of it earlier today, yes, sir.
May I browse the witness room? Yeah. Ranger Pettis, let me show you State's Exhibit number 12 for identification purposes. Would you kindly take a look at State's 12 and tell me if you recognize it?
I do recognize State Exhibit 12.
And how do you recognize it, sir?
Due to me initialing and dating the CD.
Is this the CD of the interview that you reviewed prior to your testimony here today?
Correct.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the events of the interview as you remember them happening?
Correct.
Short of some redactions that have to be made, right?
Correct.
Okay, but short of that, fair and accurate depiction.
Correct.
Has it been changed or altered other than in the way we just discussed?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, Judge, at this time, the state would offer States 12 into evidence tendering to opposing counsel.
Get ready for an objection. I'm on a sidebar. You know what I meant. Okay. So that's pretty much the end. They're going to sidebar until 7 hours and 28 minutes. And then they're going to go home for the day because the interrogation is like 4 hours long, they said. And they need to, I think, redact it down some more. So tomorrow, I will take a look at it if I can. Maybe we'll do the interrogation tomorrow night. Maybe if anybody's up for it. If not, I'll try to just get the highlights and of the day tomorrow, and then we can go into Friday because holy crap, was this like some awful moments of pure boredom. George, we always go to O'Charlie's to eat every other Wednesday. because it's free pie. You get free pie on Wednesday. So that's where my dad, like, that's where we're going. So, okay. Give me a second here. I usually bring mine home and then eat it for breakfast. I mean, what else do you do with it? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. All right, give me just a second. Stormy, I don't know that I'll be able to do tomorrow night. I hope I can, uh, because I want to kind of stay up with this. So, Moon Age, if you're still here, I cannot stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays because I spend those 2 days with my dad. And so I'm generally kind of running a day behind, but we still get there. we, we still get to the end. It just might take us a day longer than everybody else. Okay. So I have the Bianca Ellis stream up and ready. I have it scheduled 7 minutes from now, if you guys can give me that. I just need to shut this one down, go find what I need for that one, and then we'll do that. It won't take very long. Like, I don't know, 10 minutes at the most. Moon Age, I don't know if you're still here. I don't know if you're familiar with Bianca Ellis. She is accused of the random attack in Ohio of the mom and the 3-year-old son. The 3-year-old son didn't survive. The mom did. She had her hearing. She had her bond hearing last week, and then she had her pretrial hearing Monday. And then I saw this news story about her. I'm like, oh, well, I didn't realize she was even better than we thought. Yay for her. So I'm going to shut this down. Go get that one going. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. So don't leave. Just move over. All right? Okay. Everybody got it? All right. See you guys in a few.